All right, we finally did a space that is early enough for Noah to join. That's awesome. And Brandy and Brandon, if you can make Sabit the other co-host, that'd be great.
Yep, no problem.
All right, we got Brian Morris as well. Let's invite him up.
Good afternoon.
Hey, Brian Morris, how are you?
I'm great.
Hey guys.
Hey.
What's up, Nomads?
Hey.
You got me in the afternoon.
I know. It's interesting when you do spaces at different times, you get different people, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Sabit and I were in a room last night from about 7:30 p.m. PST till about Sabit dropped a little bit early. I was in the room till about 1:30, so about 6 hours last night.
Yeah, then I went into a conference call with people in where was it? In Bali till like 4 in the morning. It was insane.
So unreal. So what was the conference call about?
So it's a conference. It was a High Vibe Network, they're called, and it's a new platform that's coming out, including all these DAOs and things like that. I mean, they're basically a very highly conscious group that's not only crypto rich, powerful in the scene, but also conscious and wants to help the world, right? And they're going to do it in the most beautiful way possible. There was so many amazing things I saw that they were doing that are missing in the space. It was almost as if like somebody took, there's like components that I feel like are missing in all these platforms that are happening, right? I had a social network in 2005 for artists that had all those components already in there. And I saw that happening in this space that they're creating, which is incredible. And on top of it, we were so aligned when they saw the Healing Codes project that's coming out in a month or so. So it might be an expansion on Healing Codes, and I can explain that later. And that's my second project, but it's going to be really, really fun and amazing human beings. And then another epic thing that happened today, which I can just say what happened, is I was in the Coinbase NFT pre-launch meeting, and I got to be in the same room as guys like Trevor Jones, Thank You X, Gary V. I mean, Gabe Weiss. We were all like sitting face to face, just talking. It felt so surreal to be at this insane table of what's going on and asking questions and bringing up notes of what to improve and whatnot. And we got to see the interface and all this stuff, which again, I can't talk about any of it, but all I'm allowed to say is that it was truly epic. So I'm excited about Coinbase. I'm excited about the two projects coming up, and can't wait to get into it with you guys today. And I'm excited about Nomad, and people are hitting me up about being a Sabit holder and getting on Nomad. If you can check your collab land, I think just like mine, it might be messing up.
Got it. Yeah. If you're a Sabit holder and you're automatically on the pre-sale, you just got to confirm with us. So if you miss the confirmation, just go to our Discord, ask for help. We have a bunch of people in Discord right now. So Sabet, I know that you're not able to speak about Coinbase, and you're basically able to say though that it was a good meeting, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, everything is confidential, other than the fact that it's truly epic. I mean, those are the words that everybody used, and I think it's just going to be wonderful for the space once they come in. Just the nature of how it's going to work, right? I mean, we have a complete audience that's already built in with crypto, and they're ready and willing to wanting to use it, but they're having a difficult time using all sorts of other wallets and things like that. But yeah, it's definitely amazing. I'm excited. I mean, just the notion that my dad or uncle doesn't have to text me to figure out how to buy one of my pieces. Not that I would sell to my dad, but he just hit me up yesterday. He goes, "My friend wants to buy one of your pieces. How does he do it?" And I'm sending YouTube videos of how to install a MetaMask, whereas all of them probably do have Coinbase, right?
I mean, think about the numbers, right? I think like 60 or 70 million people are trading crypto on Coinbase.
Yes.
And there are less than 500,000 active wallets on OpenSea.
Wow, I didn't know it was that much of a gap.
Oh yeah.
Oh
So
my
if
God.
So if all of a sudden people that have been trading altcoins and investing in Ethereum and Bitcoin and everything, all of a sudden they open up their Coinbase and the first thing that pops up is introducing, Coinbase NFTs into marketplace. Check out artwork from Sabette and Gabe and Chantel Martin, and trust me, it's
Yeah.
gonna, well, look, this is not financial advice, so don't trust me, but my gut is telling me that 2022 is gonna be an explosion for the space. And I guess the
Yeah.
thing that I'm the most curious about is obviously Coinbase's approach is curating some of the most influential people in the space, some of the top projects that have really high floors, influencers like Gary Vee, artists like you and Gabe. Um, so once they take that curated approach, is it going to be limited to the people that they've invited first before they open it up to other people, or
Yeah.
when it opens it up, will it be a free for all?
No, it's gonna be like closed for a bit. I don't know how much time we have, but I tell you this, I am painting like a madman right
Yeah,
now,
right.
getting ready for 3 months from now, 4 months from now, or whenever it is that it's gonna open, right? Um, I have no date, no nothing, but I know that it's coming, and so I'm just getting ready because the same thing that happened, when I walked into Known Origin, I think initially selling like 500 NFTs on Known Origin, having that ramp is and then happening on OpenSea again for me, and I feel like it's going to happen for us again on uh, Coinbase, and then to be able to also have that first experience like I did on both platforms, and having that experience and coming back and bringing all the other artists in and being able to kind of guide them in the right way because I'll have the first hand experience. So I
100%.
feel like other than the fact that I'm blessed and lucky enough to be there, I also, because of how I'm going to operate afterwards, I think it's probably really good to have me there because I'll be able to pass on that information of how to do best practices once I come back and try to bring people in.
I mean, whoever is on the team at Coinbase that picked the list of people to get in early, um, it makes perfect sense to me, right? Because
Yeah,
they're not just looking at sales and total ETH volume traded. They're also looking at people that are gonna, have real influence in shepherding people into their marketplace and doing it the right way. And it makes perfect sense. I mean, you and Gabe and others have been doing that for a long time now.
yeah, and I mean, I don't know if you know, but basically, Gary Vee's agency was responsible for selecting the artists. So
Got it.
that's how we got in. Is Gary Vee's group figured us, found whoever they wanted in, and yeah. So I'm excited. I'm blessed, and I'm grateful. So
And you said 3 or 4 months, so they didn't give you any kind of date, but your gut is that it's not going to be next week or next month, that it's going to be a little bit longer than that.
yeah, I think it's going to be like first quarter kind of thing, but moving into second quarter feeling, just got no. They didn't give us dates obviously because you know I don't know what's going on. Maybe they don't want us to know, and what we're just getting ready. We just know that once it comes, 10 paintings isn't going to do it.
Yeah. So, and I guess that's my next question, right? Are you going to be able to mint as many pieces as you want on Coinbase, or are you limited to a certain amount?
No, I'm assuming we'll be open to mint as many as we want.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm assuming. Again, I didn't ask that question, but there was no talks of limits. Known Origin, for example, when I joined, had a limit of one every 24 hours, and that makes sense for them, right? Because Known Origin might have, I don't know, 3,000 artists, and if all of them were minting every day, it would be very noisy, right?
Right.
So and there has been exceptions where Known Origin has given me the clear light to do like a collection of like 5 pieces that are similar at the same time. Uh, and they always go, don't go overboard, don't go crazy, because they know me. Yeah, so there's definitely places that have those rules, but on OpenSea it doesn't matter if you drop 50, right? Because you're just going to be lost in that noise anyway. So
Which is one thing that I've respected about OpenSea. Their mission really is to just connect the creator and the collector, in a decentralized place for a transaction. and they build the platform, right?
Right.
From the beginning, they've never been, they've never tried to be a social platform, which, by the way, I think Coinbase is going to be. I think Coinbase is going to be social media and NFT platform all in one. And
Right.
I think if they don't, someone will do that eventually. I think they're the best prime to do it. And
Yep.
think about that, right? Think about Twitter and Instagram and LinkedIn and all these platforms that have been just game changing.
Yep.
But if all of a sudden your social capital, the extension of your identity, the photos that you take, the NFTs that you buy, all of those things are now going, like, people are going to check out your wallet instead of your profile on social media. Your wallet is going to be your profile. Um,
Sure.
it's hard to grasp that, but I mean, if you actually think about it like that, the possibilities are endless. And I can't even believe we're having this conversation right now. Like, you just had one of the first meetings with the group of people that are going to be in the first kind of curated group on Coinbase, which could end up being the next big thing, the next big place for people to extend their identity.
Right. And the thing that I was saying earlier about things that are missing in the space, right? When I launched mojizoo.com in 2005, it was the first social network for artists probably in the world. I had 50,000 artists on there, and it was all focused on character art. And you guys can Google it, the history of it. We were on TechCrunch. We had funding. We were like a tech company, right? And it's mojizu.com, and you guys can do a Google search
Yeah,
images
can
because
we? I was gonna ask Brandy and Brandon, can we find that and maybe pin that up here? That might be
yeah, just
cool to reference.
do a Google search because the site's down, right?
Oh, got it.
The
Okay.
site was gone in 2011. It's actually the before iPhones, before everything. I created Mojizoo, and eventually people started calling the characters. Not eventually, from day one, we were calling the characters people submitted mojis. I found the word moji in a Japanese dictionary and called it Mojizoo. And eventually, we created the first emoji app called the Mojicon Dispenser. It's very crazy to be telling you guys that I created the word moji, but it's very true. And you guys can Google it. Actually, there's an article called "The Emperor of Emoji," which came out like, I don't know, 5 years ago or something. And these were all pre-iPhone days. But one of the biggest aspects of my social network, Mojizoo, was not only you were able to submit your character work, but you were also able to comment on it and share it with your friends, and then use the Mojicon Dispenser app to like embed it in your chats and emails. So all of that stuff I was fairly early to, and it actually looks like it's the predecessor I can't even say the word.
The
Uh,
predecessor.
it's a predecessor to like Crypto Kitties website, right? So because everything was always on white background, it was pristine. It was about the character work and not the website itself, and it was about the community built, and then the jobs that people got, and all of that stuff. And the unfortunately, my partners didn't see the value in what we were creating, and we had licensing rights to the characters even to generate revenue for the artists and split it with them. And we did some of that, and it was generating some revenue, but my partners didn't see eye to eye, and they closed the site down. I was only like in my early 30s, maybe late 20s when I did this, and I thought it was going to be like the next best thing. And a lot of copycats came, and a lot of the social networks that did art came, and I guided a lot of them actually before they went into the space. But we were early, and we were again pre-iPhone. I mean, we were sub-licensing the emojis uh, to. We were about to sign a deal with Corbis Images and Getty to be able to sub-license them for and not iPhone, but regular Nokia 5190 background wallpaper,
Wow.
right? So that's how early it was. And today, if Mojizoo does come back, it was. I mean, I could reincarnate it as it was and add in, which was something that we was in our Q2, was for people to be able to buy, sell, and trade their emojis. And so Mojizoo might come back. There's talks of that as well.
Talks of that with your old partners.
No, my old partners gave me all the rights. They gave me in 2013 after they had destroyed it and cleaned it up. My partner that was in the group, it was a big VC firm, he was a very sweet man. He called me one day. He goes, "Do you want all this stuff from Mojizu?" I said, "Yeah, even if it's for legacy." So in 2013, he gave me everything back, except the site was gone, and he just gave me the email list of members, which was around 50, 60,000 people. And I tried to relaunch it with my basic knowledge of hiring a couple of programmers and stuff, but it never really caught on. It was fairly good, but it wasn't great. And but I learned a lot from that perspective as well. When I invited a lot of people back to come, a lot of them just emailed me stories of how amazing it was and how it changed their lives. Some of them became like, like the pop, that pop toy, the what is it called? The bobbleheads.
Yep.
So
Funko Pops.
Funko Pop, yeah. So like
Funkos, yeah.
one of the guys messaged me. He goes, "Dude, you don't understand. That website changed my life, and I ended up being the creative director of Funko Pop, and then eventually I started my own creative house, creating apps with characters and stuff. We were very, very specific. We were about contemporary character design, and one of my members and one of my good friends that's in this space today is Luther. So Luther was one of Mojizu's members, and I mean he'll attest to the glory days of that. I mean, this was before any of us could really connect on anything other than Facebook at the time, and then we had Mojizu, and it was just something incredible. And so one of these days, I've been talking to people, and Mojizu might come back as a NFT space for essentially what it was. If you look at the user interface, it's still fresh today.
You
It
just
still
probably
can
need
be
to
used today.
add wallet connectability and some Web3, and
That's it.
So yeah, we should talk about that offline. If you don't,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
if you don't have a partner, we might be able to help out.
That would be great. We'll
I
discuss it.
I have a funny story for you guys. So I hosted a space earlier, and Luther was one of our speakers,
Uh,
and he told this story of Mojizu
he
about
did?
a couple hours ago. Yes.
No way. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. That's awesome. We're still reminiscing because it was just such a wild world. I remember when I brought it back and I emailed all these folks and nobody was really coming back from the old crew. I was like, why is it not happening? And then I realized we're all old. Like we're not. We all have jobs now. We're like working and trying to feed families. I'm like, Ali, you forget you're like 45 years or 40 years old at the time. Like, what do you think? Like all these kids that we were back then, a lot of them were younger than me, that were members are now, in their maybe early 40s. They're running jobs. They're not gonna drop everything and go. And their lives have changed, obviously. But I believe in character development and design. I am at core and at heart a character lover and designer. That'll never change. Everything else that I do is essentially an extension of that. So we'll see. Mojizu might make a comeback.
It's incredible how things come full circle, and
Yeah,
timing plays a big part.
absolutely. But right now, I'm having a great time creating NFTs and hanging out with people like you guys, and it's fun.
So, Sabit, you, Brian Morris, Luther, who we just mentioned, 15 artists plus Isabelle, kind of all came together about 5 months ago for Nomad Boulevard. Nomad Boulevard is a 3,500 NFT collection and a company that we're starting together with Isabelle, who's on stage. We're cross-pollinating and cultivating a community of artists, art collectors, enthusiasts, people in the NFT space that are helping to build it the right way. And we're doing something really fun. Today is our pre-sale. So for those of you who own any of our featured artists NFTs like Sabet or Brian Morris or Isabelle, Jana Nicole, Yuko Shimizu, Chantel Martin, Claire Salvo, Wes Henry, Gabe Weiss, Gavin Mueller, you can automatically pre-qualify for the pre-sale. Go ahead and DM Nomad Boulevard or go to our Discord, and we'll verify that your wallet owns one of our artist NFTs and you're good. The main reason why we're doing this is because anyone who's invested in the artists that are supporting Nomad Boulevard, they're already the community, right? They're already the people that are helping us continue to build on from what has already been built over the past couple of years in the space. So we want to make sure that everyone has enough time to comfortably go and mint. We're doing 24 hours today, so all of the people that own one of the NFTs from our artists who have confirmed their spot are going to get a guaranteed mint today. And then we're going to be opening it up later in the weekend and a general public sale probably sometime midday on Sunday PST. So if anyone has any questions about that, ask us. That's going on now. It's going very well. We're very excited. And Brian, I want to make sure that we say hello to you because I don't know what your time is going to be like. How's everything going with you? You're working on like 3 different projects right now.
Oh, it's good, man. It's yeah, it's a wild time for sure, but it sure beats being bored. That's for sure. But yeah,
And
it's what's that?
No, I was going to say, and working in your previous industry compared to now, right?
Oh man, it's been yeah. I think for folks that don't know, I spent a lot of time in consulting as an executive creative director, and I did that for many years. And it was a very rewarding but stressful gig. And a few months ago, I was able to leave that and focus on drawing full time. And NFTs kind of made that possible. And along the way, I got to meet some amazing folks like uh, Hero here and Subat and so many others. And it's just been it's been a really wild few months. My life is completely different in every way.
I was asking Sabed and Gabe Weiss last night, kind of who was the person that introduced them to the NFT space? What was your first NFT? When did you have that moment where you realized, okay, this is for real. This is something I'm going to sink my teeth into.
Well, I had met a few people on Clubhouse, and that's how I kind of got introduced to the idea of NFTs. And I had a friend that invited me to Foundation, and I minted a piece up there, and it sold pretty quick, which was exciting. And I remember I was actually I was leading a team meeting. It was all virtual over Zoom, and I got the email that a piece had sold. And so like I kind of stopped the meeting. I was like, hey guys, hold on. I just sold a picture for $450. Like, holy shit. And we all went back to doing what we were doing. But like in the back of my head, ever since that moment, I was like, wait a minute, like this could be a way forward. Like there could be something to this if you really applied yourself. Yeah. And since then it was all downhill. I couldn't stop thinking about it. Not because of the money, but because of the opportunity it created for not just me, but folks like me. And kind of came to the conclusion very quickly that I had spent 20 years in the design industry trying to get the best creative out of people, kind of against their will. And now maybe there's an opportunity to be a leader in the space and help people get the most out of their creativity for themselves. And so, yeah, I'm really excited about where we're headed.
And so this year, do you have some sort of a goal as an artist, or are you just, head down, continuing to make more stuff? Do you want to work on, more collaborations with bigger projects? What are you thinking about this year? And by the way, we get so many people that ask about, the two of you and the other artists. We get so much inbound asking about, hey, can you hook me up with Brian Morris? We're doing this project. Would love to get him to collaborate. Or, can you put, it all the time. I'm just curious, like, what do you want this year to be?
So the previous few months has been, I would say, feeling things out, like what works, what doesn't work, what do people respond to, what do I respond to. I think 2022 is going to be a blend of commission work, a blend of project work, and a blend of pieces that are really personal and just things that I really want to see and do. Whether those are visual or in the metaverse. I think a good portfolio of work like that will allow any creative to kind of ride the market a little bit. It'll give you the opportunity to focus on commissions when the market is slow. When the market is hot, you can move forward and get some of the work that you've been doing in the background as experiments, studies, and explorations. That can become more of a focus as more people discover your work. And then projects, I hate to use the term keep the lights on, but those are things that are going to take anywhere from 3 months to a year. They require a lot of investment over time. And hopefully they create extreme value when you get through at the end, and those open up new opportunities. So I think for me, at least, that's what 2022, I plan it to look like.
Saba, what about you? I mean, you have a lot on your plate. Can you kind of tell the room some of the stuff that you're working on?
Absolutely, man. I mean, I think 2022, last year it was all about me expressing and sharing all the artwork that I'd been creating for years, and then to the point where it had gotten as far as what I was comfortable with and what I knew did well and what people really expected and liked from my work, whether it was the feminine divine energy stuff to love scripts and all that stuff, right? And there gets to a point where it's fun and great to create paintings and sell them, but then there is that part of you that ends up wanting to expand and scale out a lot faster, so you can reach and help in both in a way of like the work and the energetic stuff that comes out of it. For me, it's all about vibration and frequency and energy, right? And for that to scale, it has to use a different method. And the 10,000 projects or the PFP projects, I really, really wasn't going to go towards it until I internally knew how I was going to approach it. That was going to be the most authentic self without having to promise a ton of shit to people that I wasn't going to be able to come through with, and then end up, disappointing a bunch of people and myself. So it took a while, and for me, usually it takes a while. The resistance is there until it just kind of goes boom. I know what I'm supposed to do. And the first thing that comes to mind, which I've been saying from day one, is, art is the utility. Like everybody, all the artists who've been suffering from the fact that being questioned whether or not they're minting too much and they're not giving enough giveaways, and they're not giving prizes for you purchasing their artwork. Whereas 80-90% of my experience in the NFT space was actually people thanking me for allowing them to collect my work, which was really like, what? You're giving me money and then you're thanking me for creating it and thanking me for being able to buy it. So that was the area I wanted to focus on, the 99% that felt that way, not the 1% that kept saying, "Oh, what about me? Why aren't you giving me something? And you're messing up and you forgot to give us this airdrop and whatever," right? And so, with that being said, I'm starting Tokyo Punks. It's my first one. It's the message and the energy is art is the utility and love is the roadmap. There is no promises other than the fact that this work is embodies everything that I do. It's everything is hand illustrated on paper, multi layers of just me creating the way I do with an Italian pen called a hand rhythmic. It's a dip pen, a ruling pen, for those art nerds that are like me that love their pens. Everybody always asks me, "What pen is that?" Now you're using. So, and then to take that and bring it across, and then bring it into the computer and using some of my design capabilities to scale them and put them in layers and then throw them up using async. It was probably the most um, fun I've had creating a project that I know is going to scale out really, really wide. And at the same time, I didn't want to do this first draft at 10,000. I thought 4,850 was a great number to be able to reach as many people as possible. One of the things I realized last night, speaking to that other platform last night about the difference between Tokyo Punks and healing codes, is that Tokyo Punks is almost like a Trojan horse of bringing in the energy frequency and the healing activations through my artwork, because all my work is charged, right? Except that some audience is going to look and fall in love with a cute character or like a little funky one like the one we have in my PFP right now. And then there's other ones who are willing and open to collecting a piece from, for example, the Healing Codes collection, which is all love script based and elegant and black and gold and all of that good stuff that actually embodies the message of healing and energy because it's closer to that sun than, for example, Pixel Pop or Tokyo Punks would be. And so I see it as like different vehicles to, spread the same love and message. And Tokyo Punks is probably going to drop within the next 2 weeks for the people who are signing up for the pre-mint list, and pass holders and Nomad holders are getting priority. So Sabit pass holders and Sabit art holders and Nomad and a couple of other friends of ours are getting priority. The funny thing is that I feel like we are already at that breaking point of sellout if I dropped even today, uh, because of all this, the love and friendships that we have across all the platforms. I mean, all the different projects. So that's one. Tokyo Punks is coming. If you want to sign up, it's my pinned tweet. You can go ahead and sign up, and we will verify your wallet to make sure that you're in, at least for pre-mint. Uh, Part of me is like, I don't want to guarantee anything as well, because you never know what happens once everything goes live with everybody going at the same time. So we're trying to space it out for people, and we will message and remind people in different occasions to mitigate a lot of those issues. Moving forward with healing codes that's coming up, it's going to be a very beautiful project. It's 333 codes, and then we are breaking it down to 3,690 editions, right? So they're all derived from the same art. So we're not generating any new art. It's the same art with different rarities based on each piece. Now, each piece also has rarities, for example, frequency, vibration, and the 7 chakras. It's going to tell you how much power and energy each chakra has. And therefore, if it's very heart heavy and high frequency, then that's the one you hold for yourself, for your heart, for healing physically or emotionally. Obviously, there will be little disclaimers on the bottom that says this is for your entertainment only, but this is something that I believe, right? And I've seen work, and I believe that my work holds that energy, and therefore I'd like to spread that message. And that's the intrinsic utility for those tokens, and it depends on how much you believe, and that's why it's going to be important for us to collect a very consciously find the collectors for that collection that are going to understand and want to be a part of that, right? That's going to be a very and the next step of that, the extrinsic utility of that is that holding a token will give you access to the backstage of our website, where you'll be able to come to an annual seminar, a healing seminar, where there'll be high value people in the healing world and the mindfulness world teaching and giving this all day seminar, including a activation and distance healing with me in a big room. And then moving on, we'll have other teachers and speakers coming in along the way during the year. And I already found like all these wizards and magical human beings, and that are willing to come in and serve their human friends through this channel. So it'll be an access pass to the channel, and it's and then there's also going to be the ability to, for example, get 2 months of free Gaia TV, or go to Deepak Chopra's healing center in San Diego and get a 20% discount. So we're working on deals like that as well. Those are all on the roadmap, and I have a great amazing team of 10 people, 7 tech and 3 operational people that are helping. And they just, I mean, when I tell you, like, I didn't want to do this, but the universe has an answer, all of them just showed up like within about a week from each other. They're like, hey, I'm here to help. I think you need us to do this. You need me to take over your Discord. Okay, no problem. Hey, I think you need us to create a large project with you. Okay. So that's the power and uh, uh, energy of being able to raise your vibration to a point where everything just kind of works out. And I wanted it to work out in a different way this time. And then to speak to the guys last night, and them talking about, oh, you're doing a PFV of like 3690 to reach people to help them. Well, if you want to really help them, let's do a PFV of 100,000 of them at 0.01 to give everybody an access pass to this healing channel that you're creating, right? So that's probably going to be the next level of it. So the Genesis holders will get a lot more love, and then there'll be a general public admission at some point within the next year. So all the projects are projects that I can continue to scale and grow with. Tokyo Punk's version 1 is this. Tokyo Punk's version 2 might come out in 3 months, you know? So I'm keeping them limited. I'm keeping them small because of the fact that I want to create fresh work the next time around and have the legacy people also add value and create value for the people who came in first. And that's me done speaking for now.
So you're going to take kind of a low key, lazy approach this year to life, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, man. I'm just thinking like, the less I do, the better.
The less you do, the better.
So Sabit, how do you scale your energy like that? I mean, there's with so many things moving.
Yeah.
You gotta stay agile and focused in the moment. Like how do you kind of manage that on the day to day?
I think, I go in through like the wormholes. You're a creative on so many different levels yourself. You have a background just like me, right? I was a designer for 25 years, branding, strategy, positioning, and then figuring out how to design for people. Well, the reason why I'm good at what I do now is because I had so much anxiety and mental illness shit that was happening to me early days, all the way to the age of 40. That what happened was uh, I started becoming really fast at manifesting things quickly because during the day, 8 hours of my day might have been spent being anxious or having a panic attack, but then I had 2 years of connection to source, right? In 2019, we fast forward and I started getting activated as a healing conduit, right? And what I didn't understand was that my vibration and frequency had gone up in a way where all of my whatever you want to call them, like mental illness issues, just kind of instantly dissipated. Some people might call it awakening. Some people call it enlightenment. I don't think I'm enlightened at all. But all of this stuff that they say, there's different levels of it too, right? So I feel like I kind of transcended my emotional trauma and all that good stuff. And what that created for me was allowed me to be a complete clear channel for the creative energy that goes through me. Therefore, during the day, you might see me drop one painting and talk to a couple of people and have a couple of conversations. Whereas behind the scenes, I painted probably about 5 paintings, completed them, did a logo for a company, and helped executive produce a movie, right? Like all of that happens in one day.
Yeah.
As long as my wife leaves me alone and the kids leave me alone for a little bit, and then I can come back to them because I have also 3 kids and a wife and I'm at home with them all the time. So we see each other in passing sometimes, and then there's periods like this where all of a sudden everything falls into space in my head that I visually see the entire plan. Like again, I told you, like for 6 months I wanted to do a PFP, but I didn't want to do it wrong. And then all of a sudden I saw them, and then I had to execute on all of them at the same time. So you're going to see Tokyo Punks drop, then you're going to see Healing Codes drop. Then I'm going to have probably 50, 60 paintings ready for Coinbase. And then whatever is to come. And then I am producing a movie called Fresh Kills with Jennifer Esposito right now. And that I'm actually helping raise funds through NFTs. So that's another incredible project that we're going to start bringing her into rooms and stuff. And she's an incredible human being. It's a story about the mafia world, but from a woman's perspective. The set and the actors are female driven. The story is female driven, and so is the director and actress, which is Jennifer Esposito herself. So it's really exciting to be able to help that. And the backside of it, what they're also trying to develop is creating a new culture of transcending the old Hollywood and creating a new Hollywood where everybody feels safe on set and can do this job. So that's why I'm just driven to help them as well. I don't know why I am, but that's how I was able to get to a position to have this title and also be able to sell NFTs. And I'm going to basically invest the sales of those specific NFTs inspired by the movie to go into the movie. But what happens is, my creative output is high, and it's just the matter of like placing it in the right places and focusing that energy. And having a branding strategy background allows me to package all of that really quickly, create an identity around it, package it, and then put it out there for people to see. So the two things that you always need to sell, obviously, people ask me, how do you sell NFTs or art or whatever it is? You need two things. You need your audience, and you need programs or marketing programs, you would call them, right?
Yeah.
So with those two things, that's how it would work. I don't know, man. I mean, that's a long-winded answer for what you ask, and I know me and you were supposed to talk on the phone, so
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, like, I do, yeah, I do owe you a phone call for sure. But I think that's one of the things I think is so interesting about not just you, but many in this space. Like, we have come from a design background. We understand how to write a brief. We understand how to we understand how to understand. And now, without the burden of an agency or the burden of clients, shareholders seeking to pull value out of the campaign you're building, um, we're kind of unshackled. And I came to a similar place. It sounds like you arrived at, where after working 80-hour weeks for decades, it just couldn't do it anymore. Like, I couldn't solve these problems anymore. I didn't have the will in me, but the creativity didn't die. Just I can't do this for you people anymore. Um, it's just not going to happen.
oh yeah. I
And
mean, waking up to negative text messages, like, and
oh my god,
the first thing you read at 5 in the morning is, where's my logo on? Why is it too pink? Is is not something.
the
Yeah.
exact moment that I mentally left that profession, it was a Monday morning. It was 7 a.m. Central, and we were working with a client on the East Coast, and they had some folks abroad. So we had a 75-person workshop going on over. It was virtual, right? We're doing all this over Zoom,
Wow.
using tools like Miro, and we deliver 1 to 2 of these a week. And this was a Monday morning, right? I had a rough weekend because we worked all weekend to make it right, make it better. And we're 10 minutes into it, and the lead client is texting me, angry, just angry. I can't even remember what it
Oh my,
was, because I went white. I mean, my vision just went white. I couldn't see anything. I closed my laptop, and I didn't talk to anybody from that organization since.
oh my God, that's
And
amazing.
after, and I'm being a little vulnerable here, but after
Yeah.
basically locking myself into a room for 2 weeks, I
Yeah.
came out, and I was not the same Brian I was.
Yeah.
Like, it was, I don't know if it's ego death and all that stuff, but literally I couldn't wrap my head around what I was doing just 2 weeks before.
Right.
And
That's amazing.
all I did was draw. And it like sounds like a Lifetime movie here, but like, all I could do was sit and draw. And that's the thing. I've been doing it since I was a kid, and it was kind of my way clawing back. And holy shit, look what's happening. It boggles my mind that I can draw pictures of beautiful apes, and that's enough to keep the lights on in the house. Like,
Yeah.
that's pretty cool.
No, absolutely. I think there has been times where I think I'll tell a vulnerable story here. I was being gaslighted by a client once, so bad, where it was like, "You're amazing, I love you, you're incredible," and then the next morning you wake up to like the worst text, and it's like got legal jargon in it, like, "You promised us 2, and now we got 1," or whatever. And I think I was in a bedroom upstairs where it was like the baby's bedroom. The kids were young. This is like 15 years ago or 10 years ago, and I ended up being so angry that I called this guy from that room. And there was nobody there because it was the only room that I knew. It was like far away from everybody, my family downstairs. And I was yelling off the top of my lung. And at the same time, I think I was angry crying, right? I'm like, I can't believe this. And I never want to do this again, and this and that. And if I see you around town, I'm gonna kick your ass. Like, that was how I ended the call. Actually, the call didn't end. They're so psychopathic, some of these clients, I'm sorry, that he turned around and he goes, I get it. So would you like to do our brochure? And I'm like, what? I'm like, yeah, it'll be, and I need the money. So I'm like, yeah, it'll be $7,000. He's like, done. I was like, great. I hung up the phone. And then I come downstairs and my wife in the kitchen looks at me. She goes, were you crying upstairs? And I'm like, no. And she goes, "You dumbass, you had the baby monitor on. I heard everything." I was so embarrassed. I've never been, I don't get embarrassed easy, guys, but being embarrassed in front of your wife is one of the most humbling experiences you will ever have. And yeah, I don't think I ever did that again. But I am not missing any part of that. I transitioned over to full-time painting in 2019. And I'll tell you this, I was angry at first because my biggest client was Thayer's Naturals. You guys probably, a lot of people in this audience know who Thayer's is. Everything you see from Thayer's, I designed the red cap, the bottle, the branding. And they went from $4 million after that rebrand to 40 million to selling to L'Oreal for 400 million within about 4 years of that rebrand. And I was there for the whole thing. And they told me I was family, I was going to be taken care of. And in 2019, they just disappeared after they sold. So for the first couple of months of 2019, I was pissed off. And then I was like, wait, nobody's calling me. Like, then there was this feeling of not being useful, even though I was painting and selling paintings every day. And the life had transitioned. And then there was one morning I woke up and I'm like, what do I want to do today? And my mind was clear. I was like, wait, I asked myself, what do I want to do today? That's incredible. Like, when did I ever have an opportunity to ask myself the choice of whether I want to go outside and work or go to my computer or,
Right.
hang out with the kids instead of like being at the beck and call of clients, right? So this space, not only this space, this happened to me 2 years ago, but the second transition was, as I was telling Hero last night, was that the second transition was I was in my office packaging like 30 prints to send out. And I was like, no, my life was supposed to be bigger than this. Like, I wasn't supposed to be in this office just, creating boxes for people. I was supposed to be painting. And the next morning, I sold my first NFT. And I'm like, wait, I don't have to send anything. I don't have to sign anything. It's over. And that's when I knew it was different. And it was like truly, truly, truly like on a whole nother spiritual vibration. And that's why we're all here together now. That's why Brian is here. That's why Nomad's here. That's why Isabelle is here. It's not by accident. We just went through a whole speed up process of how the universe is going to work. And it's going to get faster and more incredible in the next 2 to 3 years. Not just the NFT space. I just feel like humanity is going to be going forward at a lot faster pace, and hopefully everybody can stay on board.
I think it's really helpful for people, definitely in this room, myself, people in the space, to hear two of the people that are seeing, unbelievable success in the NFT space talk about how literally, a couple of years ago, you were at a crossroads. And, even though you've been a creative person or creative people and artists and, you've been drawing your whole life, Brian, doesn't mean that you had it all figured out or that because you were talented, there was an automatic path for you to make that your living. And so I think there are a lot of people entering the space that don't have your credentialism and, haven't figured out their way yet, that have minted artwork on OpenSea and maybe they've sold something, maybe they haven't. And, getting even close to where the two of you are right now seems impossible. And I think it's really important for you to kind of tell your stories and especially, go into detail about some of the adversity you face, just so that people know it's not a straight line. Progress and growth is not linear. I think I appreciate you both being vulnerable and kind of talking a little bit about what you went through.
Oh, for sure, man. And I think everybody kind of goes through it to some degree. Sometimes that degree just gets so hot that it's unavoidable, and you gotta kind of respond to it. But I think the one thing that and I have to remind myself this every single day, is that I can do it. That the only thing stopping me from achieving what it is that I seek is me. There's literally nobody standing between me and my goals except my fear or risk tolerance, whatever you want to call it. And I'm 45 years old. I am not a spring chicken. Um, it took 45 years of learning and being able to look back at the things that I've done so far and think, Well, that was a big risk. Like when I left this agency to go do this, that was a huge risk. Or when we sold this client this, that could have ended my career for sure. It was risky, but we delivered. Um, it kind of built a little confidence in saying, you know what, I am good at taking steps outside my comfort zone and existing there. And it took a little while to figure that out. So yeah, if I can believe in myself, then I think anybody can believe in themselves. It sounds really self-helpy, but it's true.
Well, look, I mean, I think it's, you know, I at least I've witnessed this in the space when I come across an artist like the two of you, or I come across an artist like Pac or Beeple, whether it's art that really, really moves me or it's art done by artists that have just seen amazing success. I do kind of look at that and think like, wow, they've somehow reached the impossible. Like, that it just seems like there's such a gap between the people that are dropping these generative projects and making 90 million, or people selling his every day for it seems like a lot of the stories we hear seem like impossible, but then you talk to the two of you and you listen to your story, and I think the point is, like, you got to be in love with the process, you got to be in love with what you're doing and stay true to that and not worry so much about the end result.
That I, the process versus, I used to, when I was younger, like 20, 24, my dream, I told you guys, it was like to be the next Hello Kitty. And I would see like Paul Frank come up and then Tokidoki come up, and it would just keep like churning. I'm like, what is it about these guys that they're doing so well? And I'm still sitting here designing logos for, I don't know, a restaurant next door. And I didn't know that I was a frustrated artist and I needed to draw my characters versus do them in the computer and just slap them on clothing and try to sell them out of the trunk of my car, which is exactly what I was doing a lot of the times when I would go broke. And looking back, um, and everybody would say, there was friends of mine who had already done well, like they had social medias and things like that. They're like, Ali, it's all about the process and it's about the journey, not the destination. And my attitude back then was, fuck the journey. I mean, I just want the destination. And I wasn't living in the present moment, and I was kind of going through life with angst and anger during my 20s. And I don't go back, and I never regret anything that happened. But now I really, really do understand that it's every day that I wake up, something magical is happening and I'm able to engage and have a good time. And the end result of it was never, and it was never about, I always thought like these like discovery periods are going to happen where it's going to be life changing. Those don't happen quite often. What usually happens is all these great stuff that happens, like even the big stuff that happens to you, is just going to propel you a little bit more forward towards towards where you want to be. And for example, I woke up yesterday morning and my work is all over Times Square. And my friend messages me. He's the founder of Superlative Secret Society, and he's like, "Surprise!" And I'm like, "Oh, that's cool." But if that happened to me in like the 20s or 30s, I would have been like, "Oh my God, my life's going to change tomorrow, and everything is going to be different, and finally I'm going to be discovered." And instead, I'm like, oh, dude, that's so sweet. And I get to share it. And it's something, and it's another part of the story. It's not the end all. It's not I don't lose myself or, go crazy about the fact that I'm on Times Square and this and that. It's just another part of the story, and it's fun. But I got to keep doing what I'm doing right now. I got to keep serving, and I got to keep loving and keep creating. And, at the end of the day, I'm responsible for four other human beings in this house, and um, whoever else that comes across my way that needs healing, or they feel like they purchase a piece of art that's charged with activated energy, which is every single piece I do, because it's just what pours out of me. And that's it. That's what I do. It's day to day. I mean, I could have died in August when I had COVID. I was fairly close, and I could have died last in 2020 when I fell off a scooter and blew out my knee and got a blood clot. All of this weird shit that has happened to me. And, as great as things were in 2021, physically it was crazy. didn't bother me at all. I just kept waking up. I'm like, cool, another day. Let's have fun. And you know, when people come and they want to make it in this space and they make it about how many I should mint and all of that stuff, I even put out a piece called True Scarcity, because I believe true scarcity is how many days we have left on this planet, not how many pieces we mint, right? And you know my sentiment on scarcity, Hero. uh, and so from that perspective, it's not about how many pieces you mint or how you structure the deals or how you, it's about where your vibration and frequency is once you walk into the space, right? And if you're connected to source while you're creating, while you're pressing that mint button, if you're doing it in love, then people will find you, people will purchase your work, people will adore the work, and they will want it for the rest of their lives. And most likely they're not in it to flip it. So that's the space I come from. That's where I feel like, that's why I probably, without saying too many, probably around 6,000 to 7,000 NFTs have sold without me being a PFP. Every single piece was hand painted, and up to this point. And Tokyo Punk is just, again, I wanted Tokyo Punk and Healing Codes to be an extension of that, not a cheat code for making $90 million or something, selling a, I'm sorry, I love Pac, but selling like a code generated ball that gets bigger if you buy more of them. And I was one of the people who bought 3 balls. So just being, I respect it, but at the same time, it's not me. Does that make sense?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. I wanted to ask you something earlier in the conversation. I want to extend this to Brian as well. And I'll also extend this to Noah and Isabelle. Based on all of the artists that you've come across over the past year, particularly in the NFT space, who is an artist that you would love to collaborate with this year on an NFT, one NFT or a collection or a series? Would love to know which artists you'd love to collaborate with.
I guess I'll go first. I think when I came into this space, there are a bunch of artists that really inspired me that I look up to, and I've been fortunate enough to connect with a lot of them and become friends with them. And so one of the artists that I really had my sight set on collaborating with is a Nomad Boulevard artist who I'm actually doing a collaboration with right now. And so I'm super pumped about that. And the experience of collaborating, this is my second collaboration that I've done, but the experience of it is so, it's like, you put all this emotion and whatever into a piece that you're making, and then you're passing it off to somebody to then add their thing onto it, and it like gives it a whole new life. And it's been such a cool experience. Like this artist is like, I want them to add their element onto all of my artwork now. It's been so cool. So I'm excited about that. And then I have a few Wes, both Wes's I would love to collaborate with. So, and the list goes on. But
So when you say both Wes's, you're talking about Senator Greaves and Wes Henry?
yeah, totally.
And the person that you're collaborating with right now, can you announce who that is, or that's under wraps?
Yeah, it's Luther. So Luther and I put out like a little teaser. We both, I think, separately had the idea of doing something together, and like our styles together. It's like, I mean, you can't really miss with a rapper in a spacesuit, right? So it's kind of like the collaborate, like a dream collaboration. So, but after seeing the pieces, after I finish them and I send them to him, and he sends back the artwork, I'm like, damn, I just want to see all of my work in spacesuits now. It kind of like kind of like ruins my artwork now, because when I'm sitting here drawing it, I'm like, oh, this guy really needs a spacesuit.
I'm sorry, that's hilarious because I love his spacesuit series. I actually own his Genesis piece, one of one spacesuit girl or guy.
Yeah.
I've gotten a sneak peek at your collab, and I think it's incredible, dude. So, yeah, I
Thank
get,
you.
but your work stands on its own, and it's incredible. And I feel like these collabs only give us a boost, like a seesaw, right? Like we're
Yeah.
sitting on the seesaw, we're playing, and then one person jumps on the other side of the seesaw and boosts the other person up, and then when you land, the other guy goes up, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of what happened between me and Wes Henry. At first, I gave him a little boost, and he was like in the stratosphere. Then we did a collaboration, and then boom, he was just like, then he was just unreachable. and with our skull collab, that was like incredible. It sold out in like 2 seconds. But that's how it works, right? And I can't wait to see you guys do well. I love Luther. I think he's one of the most undervalued artists in the space. Luther Arts is an up and coming. I think he's been an artist and an engineer for like 20 years. And again, as you said, from Mojizu days, I've known him since 2005. And I brought him into this space, and I can't wait to see him blow up. And I'm guiding him as much as I can, and he always supports and loves everything I do. So you guys are amazing together, and I can't wait for you guys to launch.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. Yeah, it's funny because we had this conversation earlier in our space of like how Luther came into the NFT space, and he tells this story of, you guys going all the way back, and this was the first time I had heard about the Moji Zoo, and he was describing it, and I'm like, where did this thing go? It sounds so cool. Then to hear you elaborate and tell the whole story, now I have all the
Yeah,
context. So.
it was amazing. The way Mojizu came about was because I was frustrated because as a character artist, watching like again Paul Frank and Tokidoki and all that stuff take off, and I wasn't getting I wasn't getting anywhere with it, and I was still having to do branding stuff. And 2005, I'm like, what if I helped others get noticed? Maybe I'll get noticed at the same time. And so I designed the social network overnight. Then I got a random email from this venture capital group that wanted to buy some of my characters for something. And I said, they're not for sale, but I do have this idea if you're a VC. And they ended up being in the same town I am, literally 2 minutes away. I drove over there the next day to do a meeting, pitched them the concept. They offered $1 million, and they said, what else do you want? I said, I want 10 grand a month. And they're like, no, I said, I want 20 grand a month because I have a very successful design business. I was like, broke. And they look at me, they're like, we could do 5. I'm like, no, I packed up my stuff. I don't know what made me do this, but I literally packed up my stuff in a meeting. I was like 20 something. And I said, I'm sorry, guys, but the idea is worth more than 5 grand a month. And I walked out. And I got the deal the next day. They negotiated the rate to like 10 grand a month or something. And I thought I was on top of the world. And we built it. And then they turned it off, and I lost everything, and my house and my cars and my mind. And so 2007 turned to shit. But that's the fun story. And for it to come back again full circle, maybe at least in conversations right now, is bringing back a lot of beautiful memories of it. And I can't wait to possibly bring it back as an NFT platform for the future.
Another thing about collaborations, and then I want to definitely hear from Brian and Sabette, Isabelle. Also, we're going to bring Gabe up as well. When I watched the whole Wes Henry Sabbath thing, right? I think I had like the closest front row seat to it of anyone I know, and watching, sitting next to Wes, IRL, setting up his computer, setting up a mint, in I think probably around August, and just going like, go. And then he would put out a tweet and say, okay, it's live. And then watching 30 of 30 sell out in 30 seconds, like 1, 2, 3, 4, like gone. And I'm just watching it. He's like, okay, it ended. And I'm like, what just happened? He's like, my 30 of 30 edition of a skull just sold, 0.3 each, and now I'm done. So let's go hang out. I mean, it was absolutely wild. And to think that Wes and I were talking a year before that, having conversations with drop platforms and trying to, wrap WETH to figure out how to purchase. I mean, all of that. And the point I'm making is, Sabet's seesaw thing, right? Collaborations are not just about the actual piece that you're collaborating on and creating a piece of art together. It's also about, leveraging the energy and the success and the fan base and the collector pool, and lifting up each other. And I've taken note from watching all of that happen over the last year. Isabelle has as well. The team at Nomad has, and that's one of the reasons why we, reached out to some of the top artists, like the ones that are on the stage, to kind of do one giant seesaw. And so we're going to be making an announcement next week after we sell out Nomad, as a kind of a small token of our appreciation to the artists. And we're going to go to work too. We're going to leverage our brand and what we've done for the space to, make sure that these artists are getting seen and included in other circles as well. So I think if in any way that you can do collaborations and help other artists out, I highly, highly recommend that. So Brian, Isabelle, Sabet, and Gabe, I'm going to extend this one to you. Who is an artist that you've come across in the NFT space over the last year that you would love to collaborate with this year?
It's like a really silly question for me because I just got to collaborate with every single one of them. So I'm spoiled. Very spoiled. I do have one more coming up, though, separate from Nomad that I'm excited about. But yeah, to be announced later. But I mean, it's an incredible honor to have worked with. And like, I totally relate to, School Still Out. Like, just seeing a piece become something, as an artist, like, I don't want to say better, but better. Like, oh, this is really dope. Like, this is what it needed. Boom. And I got that 15 different times. So I'm just like so blessed. So blessed.
Mine's easy. Go ahead, Sabet.
No. You first.
Perrin is who she agreed to do a collab with me, but she's been so busy on her other projects and Nomad, but I'm really looking forward to a collab with her this year.
Love that.
That's actually a good one. I'm surprised I haven't done one with her. But Brian Morris and I are supposed to be doing something, and I think I don't know if it's my fault but it hasn't happened yet. I love his sensibility and ability to create these beautiful structures and sculpture-like beings. I mean, they're beings. They're not even like, it's not even art. It's something else. And so I would love to be able to create with him for sure. And I see Ed Balloon is here, and Ed, he knows how I feel about his work. It's just incredible. So I don't know how that would look, but it would be interesting to see a blend of my work and his motion and sculpture work, I would call it, essentially.
Damn, that's making me jealous. That's a good call.
He's amazing.
I want an Ed collab. That would be dope.
All right. Maybe it's all three of us. Who knows?
That's a better term. There we go.
We got it. You know where I was.
I know what you're about to say. I've talked to you enough to know that you're a dirty birdie.
All right. We'll leave it at that.
This is a tough one because I think there's just been so many artists that I've encountered this year that I would love to work with. It's insane, and I have the opportunity to work with so many already. But if I were to name any one person, it would probably be Mumbot. I'm so excited, having watched her career over years. Like, I remember seeing her work at Roto Fuji here in Chicago, and kind of seeing her presence out and around, and now for her to find such a great audience here because of how endearing her characters are, and moreover how endearing she is as a person and how giving she is. Yeah, she's somebody that I would really love the opportunity to collaborate with, to make something. Yeah. But then outside of her, I'd love to find a developer to collaborate with too, and a musician. Like, I really want to find some collaborations that go beyond the visual, so that we can stimulate more senses beyond just the eyes. I think that'd be something new for 2022 for me, for sure. It's a great question.
So what if I open up the question to Ed? Ed, how are you, by
No,
the way? We haven't been on stage together in a while. How are you?
I'm okay. I was in the last space, which was last night, but I was getting worried and then phone calls and yeah, so sorry. But I decided to come back. And I'm here today. The question was, who would I want to collaborate with? Is that the question?
Yep.
Yeah, so go ahead, Gabe.
Oh man, I don't know. I like collaborating with. I come from what, man. I'm a musician, right? So I definitely would want to collaborate with a lot of artists from the musician standpoint perspective, and like add that to their art pieces. But I don't know. I mean, so far, like, I mean, it's weird. Like, I can't say things without getting in trouble.
Get in trouble.
I would like to collaborate with a lot of people in the space, and one of those people possibly would be, like, if I could, not saying I am, but if I could, it would be with Betty. She's incredible. So Betty, I would like to collaborate with Betty.
So are you in trouble now?
I didn't say I was collaborating with her.
I think you're in deep shit. You're in deep shit, Ed.
Ed, I must warn you that this is a recorded space. We are documenting, and this will be shared.
It's what I would want to do in a perfect world. I love Betty, and it's what I would want to do. But nothing is it's whatever. It's life is. It's not. Oh man, I'm high. I'm not even high. I'm just trying to take. I hate this.
I'm glad you came on stage. It's good to see you. And also we had Tall on stage as well, who I think had to drop off. I was gonna say hello to her as well. So I'm gonna reset the room for a sec. We had an unbelievable Twitter Spaces last night. I got more DMs, and there were more kind of posts on Twitter and comments, talking about how it felt like one of the old Clubhouse rooms from last year than any other space we've done, and we've been doing a lot of them recently. So last night, Nomad Boulevard and Party Animals and Sabet and some of the projects he's working on, Tokyo Punks, and a bunch of artists. It was a really, really good space. We did some giveaways. Parin was on stage. She did a giveaway of a two-handed Nomad Boulevard drawing that she did. And now we're kind of continuing that into today. We heard a lot about Sabet's projects. We're talking with Brian Morris, Isabelle, Noah, who goes by School Still Out, and now Gabe and Keith are with us. So since Gabe and Keith are both up here, do you want to take a second and talk about Party Animals? And before you do, actually, if everyone goes up to that pinned tweet, we are doing our pre-sale today. So if anyone owns a Sabet, a Gabe, a Brian, a Wes, a Claire Salvo, a Parin, any of the Nomad Boulevard featured artists, you're automatically qualified for pre-sale. We're not doing like a rush. We've left 24 hours open. We just started today at noon. For people that own our artist NFTs, we want to make sure they have ample time to get in. So If that's you, get in touch. Go to our Discord or go to our Twitter, DM us, and we'll make sure that your wallet is confirmed, and you can get in on the pre-sale happening today. So over to Keith and Gabe. I know last night I asked you to do this like 2 or 3 times, but one more time for today. Let us know about Party Animals and what's going on.
Woo!
Woo! Gabe, are you going to go for it?
I'll go for it, I guess. Jerk.
I love the energy. Yes. Yes.
Just tell
You
everyone
know
why
it.
they should be a party animal. Just tell them about the fun, Gabe.
Man, so much fun, Gabe. That voice, man. Woo!
Yeah, so we're starting Party Animal Speakeasy Society as the first 100% curated kind of group within the NFT space, in that there's only 1 mint per person, and we're making it so you need a passcode to get in. And then I would just say the point is to have a lot of in real life events that look like a lot. I don't want to trash any NFT party I've been to, but I think
trash it.
But they don't kind of, so far, most of them haven't represented kind of the parties that I've done over the last 20 years of my life, 25 years of my life, which are diverse, have a lot of women in it, and kind of stand for something. So we want to make sure to kind of always have a give back component, always be kind of pushing the boundaries as far as utility and value. But also, I would say the number one thing for this project is just kind of empowering the whole community to find ways to bring fun and different vibes, whether it's a party, a dinner, or whatever, but kind of coming together and knowing that we are the pioneers in this space. But there's going to be a lot of, pardon my French, but fuckery coming in. Not that there already isn't. And I think it's going to be really important that there's some groups that kind of have some moral clarity, that make sure that when corporations and event places come in, that they come in correct. And so we're building something that looks just fundamentally different than any other NFT project, that is about your community is just who buys it in one day. And I'm just pumped about Nomad because I think through our conversations, you can see that, like, where they're at is kind of in the same vein as far as really taking the time to cultivate a community, doing this the way they're doing today's pre-sale is a good example of just trying to look after the people that look after you. And so, yeah, I could talk for hours and hours about it, but I would say it's 1 mint per person. This isn't something to flip. This is something to hold for the next decade or two, as we have kind of tons of activations, and then try to find as many ways as possible to kind of leverage our vast community of some of the pioneers in the space for the next 3 to 4 months. Every day you'll see a new patron saint or several kind of rolled out, as we kind of pay homage to people that are just incredible, whether they're artists, collectors, musicians. We're building a community. Those are going to be 888 OGs. We luckily have several of them here already in the audience, but we're going to just slowly kind of release their names, and then they'll each have passcodes that they can distribute. So the plan is to kind of get our core group, and then have it so that our community is only 1 degree of separation from kind of people that we know, so that you feel very welcome when you show up. And Ed, I think maybe can speak on it, but I don't know if that's always been the case in the NFT space. And so, it's about intentionally building versus trying to do a quick pump and dump. So we're going to we're gonna very slowly and methodically roll it out and make sure we just build it with kind of inclusivity 100% in mind. Sabet, because he said it last night, we looked. I think he has a few left under his passcode. Party with Sabet. So if you go to www.partyanimals.io, and that's with a Z, you can mint one. And if you use the passcode Party with Sabet, it's just one word. But that's a medium-winded answer. Unfortunately, I can go a lot longer, but that hopefully gives you some sense of what we're building. And pretty remarkable 17-person team, including Sabet, Keith, who's here. We have John Knopf, Logic, Raven 55 millimeter, Robin, Marie Hill, Carson Daly, Z Hovac, Swan VR. So it's kind of Julia Sky is our artist. She's amazing. So I think, where we're at is just trying to build slowly, intentionally, but with a lot of integrity, and then having our events actually be inclusive, but also super fun.
It's all about the fun. We just want all the coolest people to come and hang out with us, essentially. We're going to be doing it regardless. But yeah, I think that's pretty much that. But yeah, I think we're just going to be doing quite a lot of work with bridging people in the real world events and also into the metaverse. So we're going to be working really hard on the project. So rather the people we know we're going to be working for than the people we don't know, essentially. And yeah, having a good time while doing so.
And also I would just say last thing is like some partnerships with some of the projects that we believe in. So the reason we've been in all of these Nomad rooms the last couple nights and even before the last couple weeks is just because from my conversations with their team, I know that they also are trying to build the right way. And so, we won't partner with everyone, but we definitely will partner with people that we think are building with intentionality. So we're super excited to be doing some co-hosting of some parties over the next year with Nomad, and just big ups to their whole team. Dun dun dun.
Sorry, Gabe, what? We didn't hear you. No, I'm joking.
Say it again. I think we lost Danny.
No, sometimes every once in a while I just don't unmute to see if anything interesting will just happen. I don't want to just take
it
the
will.
Side.
Yeah, I love it.
With Gabe and me, anything's possible. Let it be known. You should never trust us with your stage.
Well, I know some people have their hand up and are requesting to come up here, so I'm going to bring a few people up. Before I do, if everyone could please go up to the pinned tweet about our pre-sale today, I want to make sure that as many of our featured artist collectors as possible know that if they haven't confirmed, they still have a chance to do so. So if you could just go up there and at some of your friends or tweet that are kind of been part of this community, that would be great. Would also love to get more people in the room as well. I'm going to bring up some people that I absolutely recognize from our Discord and from some of these rooms. Go ahead and raise your hand if you want to come up and ask any questions to Sabet or Gabe, Brian Morris, Noah, Isabelle. Let's see who gets connected first. All right, Saint. How's it going? It says NFT artist, bridge builder, NFT community, SAG-AFTRA. You got a lot going on. How are you?
Happy Friday, everyone. So nice to be here. It's a pleasure to connect. Hi. When I'm done speaking, I'm
so good to see you.
Hey, Gabe, I love you. How are you?
Doing wonderful. So good to see you.
So good to see you. Did you get my DM by chance earlier or no?
Not yet.
Okay, have a look at that.
It's been a busy
day.
Okay,
when you
will
can.
do.
It was really interesting. But yeah, and hi everyone, and I love the project, and I'm definitely confirmed for pre-sale, thank goodness gracious. I want to get in before it's not happening anymore. The only thing is, I'm wondering, for some reason, I'm having a technical thing where hey, thanks. I'm having a technical thing where I'm wanting to do it, but my Coinbase for some reason says I have to wait X amount of days before it can transfer to my MetaMask. So I just want to know if I can like Venmo someone the cost for it, and then it just be minted when the gas fees are low, and I can just purchase it so I don't miss out and lose it. Is that possible? Dun dun dun. I'm gonna start doing that when I'm done speaking.
There.
Danny?
Yeah,
Oh,
look,
go ahead.
it's technically it's possible. I don't know that we're technically allowed to do that.
Hmm.
But what I will say is this: if you are you in our Discord?
Yes. Hmm.
Okay, so go on our Discord and go into the support channel. Um, Put that in there, and then the team who's not on Spaces right now will come up with a way to help you out. There are a couple of like little hacks and options that we could probably help you out with, but yeah, I know it's frustrating, especially when you transfer them over, it clears, and then it says you have to wait 24 hours, or sometimes you haven't transferred money to MetaMask. Sometimes I've heard people waiting over a week. So it's frustrating, but let us see if we can figure out something with you.
I appreciate that. And real quick, just so I know, because like I first got into the NFT space in 2018, and then I met like thankfully everyone in Clubhouse, last year, and I was like heavily in it. But I wasn't for non-reasons here able to become a collector and start investing until right now. So I did mint my first piece at the beginning of last year. And so but yeah, so me, I was fiated in, right? I was a fiat kind of thing by Zen Vibes, which was really awesome of him to do that. And so yeah, me putting my cash in the Coinbase, and I did that, but I only did like an X amount over 10 days ago, and I got an email saying it was ready, and then I just put some more in today because I was told it would be able to be instant after that. And so I wanted to do that because like I missed out, on Rug Radio, and I don't want to miss out on any more, and I want to start like picking up some things. So I definitely want to make that happen. But I guess the short-winded question is there somewhere besides MetaMask that I can do where it's instantaneously?
I think there's a way to do it on MetaMask, where if you connect it with your debit card, and I think there's a way to do it on MetaMask, but you know what? I'm really not the best person on the team to advise on this. I am the least technical of the people on this amazing Nomad team, so I would go ahead and create some sort of support ticket. If you go
I
to the
will.
support ticket channel, someone will definitely help you out, and hang in there. We're still very early, and so anytime I get frustrated about a technical issue or funds being, on hold or not being able to figure something out, I just remind myself that these are the symptoms of being early, and that's kind of a blessing. So in a year from now, when everyone just, without even thinking, can move money around, you'll already be ahead of the game.
I
Yeah.
a little alpha from Sabette and I's call with Coinbase today is like things are about to get quite a bit better in not very short a time.
Oh,
I
yeah.
think also, Danny, you can mint on our site through Coinbase.
You have to transfer to a Coinbase wallet, though, and I still think there's a delay.
Oh.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering too, because I'm on the website and I saw, oh, Coinbase wallet. So I don't have that. So I was like, oh, well, what if I
Oh,
just get the
gotcha.
wallet, and would it be instantaneously since it's Coinbase to Coinbase? That's a very slow.
Mm.
Yeah.
You can buy Ethereum in your MetaMask. If you go to your MetaMask and go to buy ETH,
Hmm.
it'll give you the options of like MoonPay or Wire, And like Danny said, you can connect your debit card or
Oh,
even do like ACH or wire, and it takes like 2 minutes.
yeah, I support
There's a
MinPay.
fee though.
Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Oh, thanks for letting me know that. I'll try doing that then
Mm-hmm.
tonight. Awesome. Well, congratulations on the project. It's super cool. I'm definitely following and have been watching for a while now, so I hope I can get involved before, they get sold out. I'm really excited to be a part of the community here and the peeps in the room, and shout out, what's up? I appreciate everyone here, and I'm excited to just keep growing with y'all.
Amazing. Happy to have you here, and thanks for coming up on stage.
Yeah, definitely. Take care.
Yeah, thank you. And we're going to go over to Darius as well, who I know from our Discord. What's going on? Hey, Darius. He is a speaker that's here to listen, or I'm being rugged.
Am I rugged?
Nope, I think Darius is, or Darius.
Darius. I was about to scream, but
It's Dariush. Dariush.
Darius.
Yes.
Darius,
oh,
are you there?
Darius.
Now I really want to talk to him. All right. Well, while we're waiting, Sabette, Gabe, Brian, Ed, Noah, if there's, I'm getting a lot of noise in the background, so I got to move location. If there's anything you want to bring up right now, it'd be really good timing for me.
I want to say, if you guys want to join the Tokyo Punk list, definitely. If you have a Party Animals Mint Pass, or you have a Nomad Boulevard Mint Pass, we will capture those, and you will have priority after the Sabbath Pass people. So it is a good thing to sign up for my list, and we will make sure to check your wallets to make sure you have those two to give you priority in the pre-sale. And I think we're almost closed on the pre-sale, because I think I have about 2,000 people on the list, and I still have to figure out all the numbers and stuff. Where do we limit the mint? And I'd love to hear some ideas of, like, whether from you, Hero, when you get a chance, whether we should limit the mint to a few a person or leave it open. All of that stuff is kind of new to me, so I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, and look, I think we've talked about it a million times. I think that in a perfect world, and I know this is what Gabe and Keith want to do, and you want to do for Party Animals, it's one person per, just one person owns one NFT, right? So that you've got the widest distribution possible, and it's more of a curated group rather than one person owning 100 and staking them to eventually flip them and make money, right? But I think so. I think it just depends. For us, we set the cap for 5, and then as it goes forward, we're going to lower the cap, and we're going to try to balance between people that are both looking to invest and be part of the community, and also have a return so that they can continue to make moves in the space. And there isn't really a right answer, So I think you just got to go with your gut and look at the numbers, but don't trust the numbers. And it's really, really, it's tricky. And I'm going to actually have to move locations because it's getting really loud over here. So I will be right back.
Sounds like they're following you around on purpose.
I know.
They do that here too. As soon as I have a meeting in my office, all of them show up at the same time. I'm telling you, it's the Matrix.
So, Sabit, I know you've spoken before about the idea of abundance versus scarcity. Like, beyond making work available, like how else do you find yourself expressing that idea?
I think once you understand that shifting your vibration and frequency is actually a physical activity, and
I'm
you're
gonna ask
able
a
to,
question on this channel real quick. Come on.
I think Cody, your mic is on. I believe that if you kind of figure out that you're, you know, you're, hold on one second.
Yeah, I just removed her.
Okay, thanks. So if you look at the fact that if you physically go, you know, raise your vibration, you can transcend, like, again, the emotional stuff. I don't think you can talk yourself out of anxiety. I don't think you can talk yourself out of emotional issues and things you've gone through the past that have left negative, deep wounds on you. So you have to be able to raise your vibration so you can actively go beyond that. And there's books on that, right? There's like a couple of books I read, like Quantum Touch 1 and 2 and Energy Codes by Dr. Sue Morter. Those are really great books on to learn how to physically do that through certain exercises and breathing exercises and thought patterns and meditations, which are very simple, like simpler than you would ever imagine, almost hokey in a way. Um, I think that permeates everything you do. My relationship with my father, my relationship with my wife became a lot easier and less resistance to the things that she wanted to do for the kids, for example, or what she wanted to do for the household. All of those things all of a sudden dissipate. And it's like, okay, anything that, you know, anything that's working for you is okay with me. I want the best for you. And I'm aligned with you as well because you're aligned with source and yourself. So therefore, as far as scaling everything else in your life, it just naturally happens. Your friendships and relationships fall into place. You know, material things won't even matter to you, but then they just show up a lot easier. Cars, houses, things like that. All of those things that all these, you know, pop psychology, pop spiritual books, you know, The Secret, all of this stuff have promised are fairly real, except they won't tell you the actual secret, which is it's not about the car or the house that you're supposed to align your chakras with or align your whatever your thoughts and emotions to. It's truly about transcending all of that stuff and then allowing everything to just come in, and that happens naturally once you physically change it. And the other secret they don't tell you is that it's a very easy thing and it's a human skill to do. It's not a woo woo kind of like thing where you have to do a bunch of things. It's, you know, I think the first book that got it right is called The Science of Getting Rich, which isn't all about money at all. At the end of it, it's a 150-year-old book by Alice D. Wattles, and he says if you do things a certain way, everything just works out. And those things are really simple concepts, like being grateful in advance for things, uh, even though they're not in your life, an easier, you know, relationship with your wife or whatever it is, or with your family, with your mom, with your dad, or doing business in a place where it's relevant. For example, you know, ice fishing in California doesn't work, right? So things like that. There's like 5 or 6 really, really basic things that you do, and it becomes daily practice. And going beyond that, then you learn how to actually change your vibration and frequency through these simple exercises and energy codes or quantum touch or whatever that are not crazy woo woo at all, like people would think. And all of a sudden, you're like, wait, I'm on a different plane, and things just work out, and things are just natural, and things are just joyous, and you bring that joy everywhere. Again, I went through some of the craziest physical things last year. There was a lot of fear at times, but at the same time, it was weird because I was completely happy and content because it had, you know, the only thing was like, holy shit, I finally like made a little bit of an impact where I can take care of my family financially and enjoy it with them, and now I'm gonna die. Like that was the only shitty part about that. I was like, God damn it, not right now. But other than that, it just flows. Every day flows because you remind yourself that it's just through your breath, and you bring yourself up, and then you learn how to stay there. And once you learn how to stay there, everything just works out.
Yo, how's it working, right?
Yeah, I read The Science of Getting Rich, and I did exactly what it said. And the very first month that I did it, I made $12,000, and the next month I made $16,000. Not exactly. It's like rich in so many different areas of your life. It's amazing. Yeah.
It is. It is this amazing book, right, Saint? And what that, you know, I think what's missing from that one is the fact of teaching you how to really activate, you know, your vibration and frequency so you can keep it up all the time. What I used to find is when my vibration was going up while I would do my signings and shows at like Mont Blanc or John Varvatos or any of these places I would do shows where I'm drawing for people and I'm joyous and I'm smiling and having a good time. And then I would have 2 days of post depression after the show because I couldn't get myself back to that high. And later on, I realized that what was happening was I would do these signings and the people are having these physical reactions to me working for them. They would start crying, shaking, physically moved, and healing stuff would happen. Whereas I wasn't aware of what I was doing. And once I was aware of it, looking back, I'm like, oh, okay, silly. Like what was happening was your vibration was going up, but you didn't know how to maintain it. Therefore, 2 days later, you were back down. And the issue with these kind of books and pop psychology and pop spirituality stuff is we get a little bit of a high, we learn how to do it, we make a couple of bucks for a couple of days, then boom, it wanes off and you forget. So I would read that book every month, like once or twice, until I realized, like, again, 2019, it's actually a physical shift that needs to happen, not so much like just doing those steps. Does that make sense?
Well, also, it's on YouTube for free. So I'm more of an audio person, especially with, with the mind, how it races. So it's awesome just to like lie there or even while you're in your car to be listening to it and honoring the words and hearing the words. And I just think it's really soothing for the soul and kind of mentioning what you said, like attention goes, energy flows where attention goes, and we don't realize that it's kind of like leeches being all over. We don't realize we're dissipating, we're putting our energy to the left and to the right and into the family stuff. And we have so much energy that's invisible unless you see auras and energies, but it's the attention. And with Gary Vee, I was at a Worlds event in Hollywood and Gary Vee was the keynote. And he says, when someone has an idea, this was like in 2018, it's worth $4 million. He's like, but the thing that's more valuable than that is your attention. We can only focus on one thing at a time and it's priceless. So that's the most valuable things for us to be here right now. Like, I honor that everyone's hearing my voice and like we're all honoring that we're in the same space together. It's a collective energy that we're, experiencing together. So when for example, the book talks about not reading any other books, news magazines, literature, anything like that, like not reading anything else besides just listening or reading the book. So you're really focused and committed to that one thing. And it's discipline, right? It's discipline of your energy, your time, your emotions, your thoughts, and it's controlling the energy and being disciplined with our thoughts and allowing things to unfold and giving space and depth to that to unfold, because we don't give ourselves the chance. We don't give ourselves the time or day, right? So I could go on, but with analogies, but I'll stop there.
Yeah, I love that.
Hey,
Hey,
Punk.
hey, Isabelle, how are you?
Welcome.
Sorry,
Good.
Danny just DM'd me and asked me if I could come up and just say hi to everybody and keep the room going. So first of all, congrats on just this awesome space. There's been a lot of really good information, and coming from like a creative background too, it's been so interesting to listen to some like the same kind of pain points you've gone through with agencies and now finding the space and kind of trusting the universe. So yeah, I just wanted to first of all say like great conversation, but then Isabelle, congrats on today. I mean, it looks like it's going great.
Yeah, it's a wild experience. Yeah, it's nice being in this space with the family as this happens. It's cool just to like be chatting with you all while it's all going on. But yeah, we're very excited. So thank you.
Welcome, Punk. How are you?
Great, man. Yeah, it's Friday, so I'm pretty chilling. Signed a new lease on a new place, so I'm excited to have a new workspace pretty soon. And yeah, I'm just enjoying listening to this conversation. To be honest with you, it's just a lot of good energy in this room.
Awesome, man. Well, I know you've had a big month from moving and 10K and Mojo Head, and you've been selling your art. KO. You've had quite a couple of months, so it's been awesome having you on the Nomad Boulevard team. And the reason why you're on the team is specifically because we were looking for someone to get the word out about Nomad Boulevard through Twitter Spaces. And I was going to different rooms, listening to different hosts, trying to find some of the rooms that were more focused on the art community. And the first couple of times I jumped into your room, it was immediate. You had the voice, you had the empathy, you were the artist, you are the collector, you are the creator, and the way that you made people feel, totally safe and comfortable to share. Actually, another way to say it is safe to share and chill, right? I felt like you had the right balance there because, not everyone knows how to perfectly talk about their artwork or their project or what they're trying to contribute. And so creating a space where people feel comfortable to talk about what they're doing, that's not, it kind of takes some of the shrill out of the show. And I think you do it so well. So,
I honestly appreciate that, man, because like, it comes from an honest place. Like I enjoy talking to other artists about their work and just understanding kind of where it comes from. And like I worked in music for a long time, and like I've worked with artists for my entire life, and it's just really fun for me to be able to be an artist as well and get to play with all the cool kids. So like I'm just kind of enjoying the NFT space in the sense of like getting to be creative and getting to be myself, but then also I think what's so powerful is the ability to collaborate in this space and kind of grow other projects and do other things. And so like my favorite things I've been able to do in this space is just meet artists that could do something I could never do, and build an NFT together or do something together. So it's been a really kind of interesting and a big learning experience for me to kind of do these nomad conversations with all these great artists, because just such a great wealth of experience and so much talent and such a vast array of people, and it's just such a cool group of people to kind of be able to talk to. So I just want to be say thank you for like bringing me into the fold and letting me have these conversations with these amazing people.
Awesome, man. Well, what I want to do and what I want to propose to the room, it's 4:47 PST. At 5 o'clock, I'm going to switch over with you as the host, and we can kind of shift this room a little bit to
Wait,
featuring some
what?
of the artists, getting people up on the stage. But for the next kind of 10 minutes, something that didn't come up in our conversation last night of 6 hours in our Twitter Spaces, we were talking a lot about what it was like being in the space, this time last year, what it was like for people that are currently on the stage now to be in those early clubhouse rooms, meeting with influential people, falling asleep while, and waking up the next morning and being back on Clubhouse. One thing that we didn't talk about, and I wish I had asked this last night, so I'm going to do it now, is to Gabe Sabet specifically, but this is open to anyone. Where were you when you first heard about the Bored Ape Yacht Club? Did you mint? Were you in the clubhouse rooms when people were minting and the days after that? Tell us where you were when that was happening, because if you think about it, even though this is, we're focusing on our new projects and we're focusing on the future, from a historical perspective, I mean, Bored Ape Yacht Club, it was game changing. I mean, what they're doing is no one could have imagined, a project doing what they're doing. I'm curious how that coincided with the two of you last year.
Go ahead, Sabet.
Okay, it just came to me, like it kind of flashed in my head. That's why I unmiked. To be honest with you, I was in a room and a bunch of people were acting like apes, and I kind of found it not very attractive from an inside soul, because I was trying to be an artist and I was like painting and I was selling and I was helping, and then all of a sudden I walk into a room and it's like woo 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 woo, and I'm like, wait, what just happened? Like, did the universe just open up and like like Invasion of the Apes? Like, what is this? And I was turned off by it. In all honesty, like I was like, no, this is not cool. Like, I don't know what this is. And my body kind of rejected it, my soul rejected it, and I was like, no. And then a day went by, and I didn't operate with a MetaMask. I use a different wallet, so I can't really mint stuff usually. I had to open a MetaMask later for that stuff. So I didn't go into the actual site to mint. But a day later, I saw it being bigger and bigger, and then when I heard that they do give rights to do this, I was like, well, it might be good to have one. So I bought two on the secondary. But I'll tell you this, no matter if I'd done well or not financially, when I was buying those two, I was nervous. I was nervous spending $800 on one, and I was nervous spending like, I don't know, 635 on the other one, and I stopped there. Today, I wish I had more. Of course, I think everybody does. But what I learned over the course of the next 6 months or so was I used it to do some ugly kitties. Again, I still wasn't taking it seriously. I did some ugly kitties here and there. And then Gabe did something. Gabe changed his PFP to his ape. And of course, when he does genius things, I follow suit. I'll admit that. And I'm like, that's really smart. I gotta show my ape. And for some, and I'm an identity guy, so it's like being the space girl and always being that PFP, which was my Genesis piece. So it was hard to change that out. It always is, even with my own stuff. It's not about other stuff. It's even hard to do like a Tokyo Punk right now because I sometimes I can't even find myself when I change my PFV in a room. So I know that how important it is to stay with one. And I changed it to the apes, and the community just instantly came around, and they were so loving and powerful and collected. They started to like follow me, and I think I had about 3,000 new followers in about a day. And I was like, and it coincided with me all of a sudden having one of those instant visions of how I was going to bring the apes into my work that was going to feel good to me. And what that started was probably one of the most successful series of ape derivatives from an individual artist. I mean, you got other artists like Brian Morris doing amazing things like that as well. But I think I have had, I don't know, about maybe more than 15 or 16 derivatives, editions of anywhere from a 30 to 50 that have sold out and then sold again on secondary twice, three times over. And that's not only the power of, again, the ape community, as people like to call it, it's that collective energy that's emanating out into the universe, right? So again, I take it to another step. Whenever I see these things, I'm like, no, there's a lot of pockets of incredible people who are in these ape groups. I have people in Hong Kong that collect my work that are like a collective of 20 apes, and people in China, people in Tokyo, and everywhere we have these pockets, and then they're doing amazing things with their apes, and then they're collecting work from us artists that also combine the apes into their work. And from then on, I've just been like, I'm truly just stoked to have two, not because of their resale value, but because of the ability that it has given me, and also it's made quite a bit of money being able to sell the derivative work and the friendships and relationship it's created, and obviously the support. And was actually in talks with Bored Apes a couple of days ago on a large project that I might be doing with them, but it's kind of on and off, so it's not serious, so I can't like really talk about it. But it's gotten to that point, right? That's just what I'm saying. And that, so there's a lot of respect, love for the entire community. I also a little bit more back channel stuff from the beginning. There was a time where the apes needed help to create higher res versions of the apes. And again, even though I wasn't really in tune yet with them, I was on the DMs with them trying to help them figure that out early on. So that's my experience with the apes, and I'm stoked to be a part of it now. Thank you.
Before we go to Gabe, I just want to say, Sabit, when you see my PFP, I mean, you've got the army shirt, you've got the cream. I think you have the same color background. Is that right?
Yeah, I have the cream. I think I have a cream, and I have the army jacket, and then I have a halo. My blue is a little different, though. I think my blue is that more aquamarine.
Right. Okay.
But I love my.
You love your ape, Sabette?
I do now. It took a while. Why you gotta ask me?
Why can I ask you if you like?
Why are you asking me like that? That was.
I'm here. This is why Ed's with us for life, because that
was such a
right
loaded.
What's
that came with like a heap of like I don't know what. So I'll let you
No,
expand.
it was a nice, honest question, and I'm glad you answered it with all honesty. I just want to hear the answer. I am happy that you invested in something that you liked.
But I tell you, I wasn't there 100% or even 20% at the beginning. No way. Like when I did it with resistance, but I think some of the best stuff that happens in my life, I have quite a bit of resistance to it first. When I started scripting and writing a language that was coming from the stars and the moons and gods or whatever it is, I resisted it. I was like, I'm going crazy. Like, I don't want to do this. So I think anytime you find resistance in something you're going to do, maybe pay more attention to it to see why there's resistance there, right? Rather than going, I'm just going to dismiss it. And I'm really, really stoked that I didn't dismiss it.
I like that. That's some good wisdom there. That's some good alpha, as we like to say.
Yeah. I hope. So do you love your ape?
I will not. I don't think I have the same love of my ape, but
I don't know,
but
Gabe. That's resistance.
that's
Yeah, man.
resistance. All right, I gotta up my love of my ape.
Well, I think because you
See, that sounds. I don't even know. I can't. You know what? Okay.
you better take this in the back channel, Ed. This is getting the
Well,
back.
look. I
So yeah,
I
I'm
am
happy
going to
to tell
remember
my
that question for a very long time.
Yeah, I'll give a shorter response than Sabet on my ape Genesis if you want, or if you want to go on to something else.
No, I want to hear Gabe. Like, really, what interests me is like, last year was the beginning of a lot of this stuff, and you were focused on art. You're painting digital paintings, physical paintings, and so when the Bored Ape Yacht Club project kind of came to be, and they had that, they had those clubhouse rooms, and I think they minted, and they didn't sell out right away. It took them a while to sell out.
Yeah.
But where were you? When did you first hear about it? Who introduced you to it? Tell us a little bit about the experience.
I mean, it was all Clubhouse, and I was similar because I didn't really get it, but I remember talking to my wife, and it was like the secondary, like on the bottom, was like 0.5 ETH. So it was like $800 or $900, and I remember telling my wife, like, I think it was maybe maybe my first NFT that I purchased, or close to it, and just like telling my wife that I thought this was a solid investment. She's like, a picture of an ape is a solid investment. Like, I think so. Like, they seem to be getting, there was some more traction and a little bit more, like, I don't know, than any project we'd seen before. I will say a lot of people maybe talk fondly now, but I know from having lots of discussions with artists, it essentially like killed the art market for like 3 or 4 weeks in May.
Yeah.
And like, so, and then you kind of see it to this day. People are a lot more PFP centric than early on. It really was a lot more about the art. So, I think there's good and bad. I'm obviously starting a PFP project, but that's more of like an access utility token, and Nomad kind of is doing something similar, which I think is a good pivot from just PFPs for PFP's sake. And I think it is important to see that. I mean, my story is crazy. A lot of people know Alan Henna. He was in these rooms, and he's someone I really looked up to in the space. And I couldn't sell anything for several weeks. So I'm just calling kind of the top minds I could think of and asking them for ideas. And I remember Alan was like, well, do like 5 derivatives with your ape and then raffle it off to one of the 5. Not raffle, just like randomly give it to them. And so I did that. Someone bought my ape. I think they sold it a couple of weeks ago for like 600,000. So good for them. Good for them, but they got it for I think they were 0.5 ETH at the time, so I did 5 of them that were 101s. And so gave away my ape, was talking to Taylor WTF when I was on the front page of OpenSea, and kind of lamenting how I wish I hadn't sold my ape. And so I traded him 17 of my utility piece, which is change a tune, which was my 1 of 100 piece, which at the time, we worked it out to 17 of those were worth what a Bored Ape was, and he had like 32 apes. So he kind of was nice enough to let me look through them a little bit. And, you know, in retrospect, I would have gotten one worth 4x or something with all these silly traits, but I really wanted something that was like really clean. And then because my name's Gabriel and I've always been called an angel, I wanted the halo and just nice and clean so I could do more derivatives on it. So that was my take. And then I essentially did some more, like I think maybe 1 or 2 more derivatives, and then put it on my profile pic. And then 2 days later, Sabet did it, and then did what he usually does, which is sell a lot more NFTs than me. Really quickly from the idea.
It's interesting.
I owe you a derivative, Gabe.
I love how you guys are friends. That's awesome.
And that was not a lot shorter than mine, Gabe. That was not.
Fair. Well, like I was like, damn, I gotta go deeper. And there's some, and then I healed some people and lots of other stuff.
Oh my God.
Love it.
But I do remember the pain. I do remember the pain of like not just me and Gabe, but I think the entire artist community was like, God damn it, these apes ruin our market and we can't sell anything anymore. I think there was that sentiment that was part of that resistance early, and it continued on for quite a while. Yeah, like 2 weeks, 3 weeks, maybe months, where it was harder. And I think that stayed. I think that part of it, just like Gabe says, stayed. So we have to work harder. We have to be seen more. We have to, help more people and create more, goodwill in the world to be able to also get our art supported as well.
100%.
And kind of create institutions so that whether it's Party Animals or Nomad, kind of brings some artists that maybe don't have a lot of eyeballs on them yet, that some of those artists can kind of blow up. So I do think there is, we don't want middlemen, but there is something to be said with if there are groups that are built with integrity, just, doing spotlights on great artists that sometimes don't get the eyeballs through Twitter or whatnot.
I think that's really cleverly worded, the way that you said that, right? Because the whole point of this decentralized world that we're operating in now is that you're not going to have these, these power structures that favor the top, and people feel subjected to that structure, and that's not what this is about anymore. But if there is the right community, the right, institution that's structured to help people, that's a whole different story. I see that in the projects that we're building.
Do you want to maybe speak about how you curated the project, Demi, a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't get asked that a lot. So I got into the NFT space. Let's see, it's January. So I got into the NFT space about a little over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, because Wes Henry is a very close friend, one of my best friends of 20 years. And I got in the space because he couldn't figure out how to drop his artwork. And he was like, bro, come on, I'll give you anything. I just need you to help me with a drop. And for those of you who know him, that's like exactly how he talks when he needs a favor or something. And so the reason why I'm taking a step back and explaining this is because I wouldn't have known anything about the space or how anything worked had Wes not called me and asked me for help. And my foray into the space and learning about the different players from beginning of last year to now is through the relationships that Wes and I made. It was Sabit and Gabe. So then I started seeing some of the artists that Sabit and Gabe were collaborating with and connected with. And then I would go to some events or I'd be in some rooms and it just kind of all branched from there. When I met Isabelle and, we teamed up and decided to create this project based on her character, and we kind of thought about the advantage of including other artists and opening it up and making it more of a community than a PFP project. We just decided, first of all, let's be as inclusive as possible. Let's make sure that we're being intentional about representation being a part of it from the outset, so that we're not looking at our artists and thinking that we made a mistake. So we reached out to all different types of people. Isabelle and I, one by one, got on Zoom calls, Google Meet calls, started meeting artists that, whose work we already collected or admired. There were a couple of people that I met with early on that I really, really loved, whose work I collect, that weren't initially interested. But otherwise, everyone we reached out to could not have been more supportive and excited and willing to be a part of it. And I think they also got it. Like our pitch to them, aside from, Isabelle and her character and the art, our pitch to them was really like, look, we've seen all of you lift up other artists in this space and what it's done for their career. Wes being a perfect example. And also there are artists that aren't in the NFT space that are legends, like Chantel Martin, who hasn't really broken into the NFT space. Like, let's bring some of those leaders, in here, and everyone was super excited. So all of the artists, regardless of how well known, established, and successful they are, were paid the exact same amount of money for their piece. We didn't promise any of the artists royalties because we weren't sure what the technicalities were with the smart contract. But, after we were able to, get more knowledgeable and get further along on the project, we let all of the artists know that we're going to be sharing 50% of all of the featured artist pieces royalties equally with all of the artists. So that money will get pooled into one tank, and once we reach certain distribution thresholds, we're going to be distributing that to all of the artists equally. And it has just been such an incredible ride. And since then, other artists that we didn't have a chance to reach out to or reached out to and said they weren't interested at the time have been reaching out, either daily or weekly, saying like, we want to be a part of phase 2. Which, we'll talk more about phase 2 in the coming weeks. But I think we have an opportunity to, just like Gabe and Sabette were saying, like shine light on some of these new artists, the ones that aren't as well known, and help them blow up. That really is the thing that drives me the most. Finding an artist who's crazy talented, who hasn't found a way to really break in yet, and just turning on a light. And, when you turn on a light for someone, it's amazing to think that individual hasn't been shining all this time, right? And what is the light? Like someone else who just has already been successful by luck or hard work or whatever. It just, we need to do that for people. And also, it's not like we're living in a system that's totally equal and fair, right? We live in a system that favors different people over other people. So it's even more important to be intentional about diversity and inclusion. And, Gabe and I talk about this, I think, every other time we unmic or unmute. We talk about this because both of us know that, that's the community we want to be a part of. We don't want to be a part of a community that's lacking in representation. So anyway, that was, that's a little bit of history of the project and the way that I think. I just want to share my Bored Ape story really quick too. I'm going to give the very, very short version. I met a guy named Ronan the Collector. I don't know if anyone here on the call. And saw on Twitter that he was going to be in California. This was, I think, within like right around the week, maybe the week after the Bored Ape Mint. And I saw he was going to be in California. I knew he was connected to Wes, and I reached out to him and said, look, I'm in LA. We should meet up. He's like, great, that sounds awesome. Let's meet for coffee. And then a couple days before, I pinged him and I said, hey, are we still on for coffee? He's like, yeah, but who is this again? I'm like, my name's Danny. He's like, oh, sure, yeah, let's meet. And, he just told me all about it. And I remember thinking like, he's so excited and passionate about these cartoon characters of apes. There's no way in hell I'm spending $250 on a cartoon JPEG. I'm not going to do it. Maybe if it was like $50, I'd take a risk. No way am I going to spend 250. But then I was talking to him, and he was telling me about, he just really was talking about the future. Anyway, I followed it every hour of every day for 2 weeks, and I just saw the floor just start to melt away before my eyes. And I bought my first of two at 1 ETH. And I remember just having that like nervous feeling, like, what did I just do? I think ETH was trading at 2,000 at the time. It's like $2,000. Like, what am I doing? Like, I already missed it. I should have got in, when it was 250 or 300. And then once it started to get crazy, I got in one more time. It was really interesting seeing how it affected the art market. And I think now we're seeing all these amalgamations and partnerships and artists moving into PFP projects. And we see projects knowing that, the art and creativity really does matter. You can't just pump out a PFP and think that it'll stand the test of time. So really interested to see what happens this year.
I kind of have an open question for the stage. What new sectors like fashion, music, do you think will be big in 2022?
I think fashion will probably be number one because it translates a little bit easier. I think music is going to come huge at some point. But I haven't seen a ton do, like, I really like Pat Dimitri, what he does with his music, kind of adding AI and stuff to it. But I think that will come, but fashion is a pretty easy to get to. So I'm expecting big things from fashion. And then, as soon as Omnicrom's done, I think the next big push is going to be get-togethers and just having real life experiences. Like, a lot of us on the stage have gotten to meet, and there's just some magic there. I love Twitter Spaces, like talking to all of you, but I'd much rather be having a beer and hanging out in real life, if I'm being honest. So yeah, I think access to cool stuff and groupings of people that you actually really believe in, I think, is the future. At least I'm betting my next decade on investing in that concept with the Party Animal Speakeasy Society.
I think we need both, right? I think people need the human connection and the human interaction, and people also need to be able to connect efficiently in this new world we live in. Also, if we just depended on meeting in person, there's so many people we wouldn't meet, right? Like, I'm sure Paran's going to make it to the US one of these days, but we've built a real, authentic relationship because of these rooms. And I think it's just hybrid, and I think that if we find the right way to have that healthy balance between IRL and Twitter Spaces and other things, I think that's going to be a win. And also, just to talk about that, Gabe, I'm looking at Bull's PFPs right now, and I'm imagining them being like little live videos, kind of like Zoom, but in Twitter Spaces, and like everyone being, I don't know, add some motion to their PFPs, and who knows what's going to happen in the metaverse and having these Twitter Spaces in Decentraland. I mean, who knows?
I already have motion with my PFP, but I guess I can see that. I don't know. I think I'm not too sure. There's this thing about, I think it depends if it's a blue chip, and I use that very, not everything is a blue chip, but like the apes, I would say that that's a blue chip project, right? And so, yeah, like those who have apes, definitely I can see that happening. I already see it happening already. But I don't know. There's this thing about like people changing their PFPs all the time. And so I wonder if it's going to be, when it comes to like, using your PFPs as things like that, would you now have like one PFP that you hold on to for the sake of, using that as something to recognize who the person is?
I think so. Yeah, because I think it's brand, I think, when I think of Sabit, now I've met him in person, so I think of him as a person, but um, I think of his Genesis piece, The Astronaut. Like that for me, like the brand is strong. I feel like Punk Actual, changed his PFP once for like a week, and it was like, really? So
He
I
literally
do
called me
think.
and he was like, "Dude, you gotta change it back. I can't find you."
So I don't know.
I have
No,
a really
I
cute.
agree.
Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, like, coming from like a marketing and branding standpoint, like consistency is like key, and like you want to be able to see it over and over again and be able to recognize it immediately. So, um, having that profile picture be the same, is pretty big. So, anyways,
I have a really cute Wes story. I actually met him at Art Basel, and it's so wild because I didn't realize till just now when you were telling the story about your uh, ventures into the space. When I met him at Art Basel, he was telling me about Nomad, and he was with his two friends. I have so many photos of his friend, um, but he gave me a tag, a necklace. I have it. I already have a Nomad tag from Wes as a gift. It's so cool. It's
So
wild how
Those are
you
good
got.
tags. I'm pumped about those tags, to be honest.
yeah, yo. Yeah, love the tags. Love them. Love them. It was
The,
Wes and it was two other guys. One I think his name was Richard or Rich or something. Not sure if you know his homies who he's with.
I think
did you meet
probably
someone named?
Spencer and Conrad, probably.
Well, they weren't in Art Basel.
Oh,
Yeah, they didn't
what's
go to
his name?
Miami. We're
YBR.
I was there. I was trying to meet Gabe, but I couldn't find him. It's too big.
Shit.
He was too busy dancing and jumping like a kangaroo.
I just looked like too much just like a generic looking white guy, which means that they
And I
saw a
think he
million
got
of
there
me.
like a week earlier. And I don't really know what that is.
No, you're a special type of brand of white guy, Gabe. You're not generic.
Thank you. I'll
Yeah, no,
take it.
no. I
Yeah.
like your brand.
So Saint. Did you meet someone named Danny?
I'm gonna have to just send Wes the photos on Instagram, and then he can give them to his friends. But um, yeah, they're on
Send,
my.
yeah, send it.
I don't know if it was Danny though.
DM them to me, and I'm guessing I'll figure it out.
Yeah, I'm really curious now. Send them to Gabe. Let's figure out who you talk to. But those gold JPEG dog tags, we're gonna carry that through forever. That's always gonna be kind of our signature for Nomad Boulevard.
Well,
So I'm glad you got one of the early editions. We were passing them out in New York and Art Basel and some events in LA, and like going into parties in Art Basel and running into people that were wearing the first edition from New York in Miami. That was a trip.
yeah,
So we're going to be doing a lot more of those. And anyone who got a founder's pass for Nomad Boulevard is getting a merch care package. They're going to get a limited run black founder's pass dog tag. So that should be in the mail sometime this week or next week. I'm actually not sure about the exact day, but it's coming in January. And then we're going to be getting everyone who has an NFT. Anyone who's coming to our events, we are going to be able to get those as well.
Are you guys going to Denver ETH?
So a lot of the people that are on our team, the Nomad Boulevard team is about 12, 13 people. Almost half live in Denver. And also Wes Henry is one of our featured artists, lives in Denver. So not only are we going to eat Denver, assuming, COVID
Oh,
is okay, we're going to be throwing an event during the week. So we'll be announcing that in the next week or so.
eat Denver,
I'll
not
go if
Denver ETH. Got it.
you going then.
I'm debating. I'm debating. A lot has to
I'll go.
happen before I can
I'll
go.
go.
But I don't
All
know.
right. I'll go. I'll go if you go. Like something about going to cold Denver in February seems like very counterintuitive to me. I won't lie. I'm like,
yeah,
I'd rather be in
it's also
Jamaica,
odd to me.
like Jamaica.
ETH
Yeah,
Jamaica.
Miami. That's why Miami
East
was like
Jamaica would
was so
sound
perfect.
better to me.
You know what I think? I think that party animals can kind of just pick where they want to go and just put ETH in front of it. and then that's the next place.
That's literally part of the premise, and empowering people to find stuff like that and then giving them ETH for doing it. But it's one of the big premises of the project is we're going to party everywhere around the world, and you'll get to do it with kind of really kind of dope people.
Well, speaking of empowering, and the other element of Wes in the story of meeting him, when the story he was sharing, he was saying about empowering women and how they're particularly taking on projects. And he mentioned the women that they onboarded. And I was telling him about my popular podcast, and season 4 is the Women Empowerment series, which just launched this week, actually, on Tuesday. So, Isabelle, I would love to have you on the podcast. March 8th is Women Empowerment Day, and then Women Empowerment Month. And like Jessica, the creative director for Vayner NFTs, on that month. I'm working with the Women Empowerment platform on Bitcoin called Hey Lair. They're on the 8th, mentioning a bunch of cool things. So I have dope, women on in the blockchain space on all platforms. So I would love to have you on, and we could talk about Nomad and just share stories and stuff. So it'd be awesome to have a chat with you. And if you're interested,
Thanks. Yeah, totally. I'm so down. Would love to.
Perfect. I love this. This is great. Thank you. I'll shoot you a DM and say hi.
I also see you're a voice artist, which makes perfect sense because you have like a special voice that just like resonates perfectly over right, Danny? Like, yeah, you just have an amazing voice.
Thank you. I really appreciate you. I love voiceovers. People say I'm like a walking, talking cartoon. And I've always seen life very bright and very colorful. I thought I was living in a video game ever since I was a kid. And then when I moved to California, I was like I was like Yoshi and like really Mario, like very, very colorful, very animated, very colorful. And then when I moved to LA 2 decades ago, I became like this like young adult where I would see things more of like a video game when they were doing the movies with AI trying. There was the buzz about like losing humans to actual movies. So it's like some of the colors shut off, but it was still very colorful. So voiceovers is cool, and the agency I'm with, they're amazing, and they're very open and creative. They have like an influencer and different divisions for projects, and I'm actually curating with the president of the agency about bringing, because he's totally about blockchain and NFTs, about bringing the voice I want to produce and be an onboarder for people in voiceover industry, because we do video games and stuff, so that where like we can bring them on to people who are doing animation projects and comics and stuff, with collections, like different projects. So it would be cool to be voicing in some projects, and then also bringing on fellow voiceover actors into the space. So
That's amazing. Yeah, you have like $1 million voice for animation for sure. I work in animation as well, so.
Oh,
And
really?
I've produced some things in my past, and like I always just had a kind of a love for the casting part of it. Not that I was like casting anyone myself, but like as a character designer, I hear voices for the characters I'm designing. So it's just like it's what brings them to life for sure.
The energy, right? The in the space, it's like always go big because the director knows they can bring you down, but if you go too small, they're scared. They don't know if they can make you go bigger. So it's like in voiceovers, in this space, it's like go big, just like really go for it, bring the energy. So,
Yeah.
and it
And
doesn't
at
matter what
first,
you look like, it's a vibe.
And at first, I thought you were referring to "go big" as in like the name of the celebrity, like the level of celebrity that the person is, and that's where I'm conflicted because I don't always want to know like who the person is behind the voice, but obviously star power, like networks are always into that, like it's a huge production value, but like man, if there's just a good voice, like to me that's better, like, and I don't want to know who it is. Like it's just it becomes the character.
Yeah, and it gives us all us room to play as a collective, to work, because that's what happened, back in TV. I work on TV as well, and like all the guest stars were going to celebrity names, and then it's like, then some people don't have chances, and then voiceovers, that's what's happening with voiceovers too. Sometimes,
Yep.
it happens with the voiceover people. So, and especially with what happened with the world, I have a home studio. I was always working from anywhere in the world, which is so cool. But then when Broadway shut down, like everyone onboarded to podcasting and voiceovers. But when they saw how much work it takes, obviously it fizzled out, but it definitely changed the game.
So, Sabette, were you going to say something? Jump in.
Yeah, I was gonna ask Katie. My wife is a voice actress that really never got to express because we ended up having kids and all that stuff. But her demo was done probably about 20 years ago when we were dating, 23 years ago. And over the course of the past 20 years, she's done a lot of work for my corporate clients and things like that, and a couple of cool little things. And she's going to be in the movie that I'm doing with Jennifer Esposito. But if you ever have anything, I'd love to send you her demo and see what you think. And if there's any, she just loves the work, and I would love her to get some opportunities. She's not SAG or anything, so I don't know how that would work, but I'd love to share that with you if that's okay.
Yeah, totally. In a nutshell, with just brushstrokes of what you just shared with me, non-union is better for her right now because a lot of the work went non-union, especially after the writer's strike. So do as much non-union as possible because they're not seeing her on screen. I can get her with a place where she can start submitting auditions immediately. I can make sure she has a treated home studio and get her set up for a reasonable cost. I can listen to her demo. I produce demos. I coach clients. I can I can hear the corporate stuff of what you're talking about, and you have to have separate demos. One, it's a commercial demo, commercials you hear on TV and on the radio. Two, a corporate demo. So she would specifically have a corporate demo for your corporate clients, and like that can be mixed and mastered, and I can do that stuff. And what we can do is talk offline, and I can have an initial call with her and make short-term, medium-term, and long-term goals and coach her for the vision and how to network and who to contact because there's promo. So Randy Wayne, she's the voice, or not Randy Wayne, that's my actor friend. Randy Thomas, she is a legend in voiceovers. She's like my spiritual godmother. She's the voice of the Oscars for 10 times. She's the voice of the Emmys for 22 years in a row. So if your wife wants to do promo, she would take a class with promo with Randy. And if she wants to do animation, Isabelle will probably know Sarah Jane Sherman. She was at Disney and she was one of the biggest casting directors in the world. She loves me. I love her. She's amazing. But now she's freelance. So if your wife wants to do animation, she would go study with Sarah Jane Sherman. And then she would put this on her resume, get networking, get in touch with people. And I can show her because my cross country background is short term, medium term, long term. So I can show her the long game for voiceovers. And it's so much fun. But you need to have a really good demo and to get into the game with the agencies, and we can start there and see her intentions of what she wants to do and her ambition and her time and her talent, and if you have to be coachable and stuff like that.
Yeah, we took classes 20 some odd years ago, and I sucked at it, and she was just kick ass, and we did her demo, and it is a commercial demo. The corporate stuff isn't all that great. Like if you guys have Hyper Ice, the massaging thing, like she's the voice of that app. That was the last thing, and I recorded all of that for her and edited it all. And at home, I got a decent setup, but it's not amazing. But yeah, I'll send you a demo and we'll talk offline. And thank you for being so open.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, she'll need a new updated demo because the industry changes every month,
Yeah,
so like,
of course.
yeah, so she'll just need the updated demo, but we'd love to hear that and then the recent corporate stuff too.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course. My pleasure.
I have to apologize. I was trying to drop in like a fist or 100 emoji, and I dropped in a laughing at the weirdest wrong time, but that was unintentional.
That's okay, Isabelle. You can laugh at me anytime.
Oh man, I was like, oops. Oh no, take it back. Also, guys, we made Punk a co-host. I actually have to drop down as a listener as well. to get a few things done. But yeah, Punk's been with us since the very beginning of all of our Twitter spaces, and you know, he's like our guiding light in these kind of like moderating spaces. So you know, he's here. I'm going to be listening, and here is listening, and you guys just, you know, keep the party going.
You guys made a huge mistake. I'm just saying that right now.
What?
I said you guys made a huge mistake.
Nope, I don't believe it.
No, we're all good.
Hey, Punk. It's really, really nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever met in person.
No, honestly, I'm super stoked to be able to talk to you. I'm a big fan, you know, of your work, and just even be able to like listen to you guys talk about the space, because I haven't been in the space as long as you guys have, and so like I maybe came in April, and it's just awesome to see how you guys grown, and kind of how you've kind of not forced yourself into your artwork, but how you kind of like trust the universe in your art, and you know where you're at right now. So maybe, do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I mean, one of my favorite questions to ask artists is, what would you tell yourself on day one of getting into the space now?
Do exactly what you did. Do it again, because it worked. Just basically don't look into it, fumble, get in. You know, don't overthink anything, and just do what you did, and it'll work. Because if I knew what I knew, like maybe 4 weeks into it, when I was getting, you know, lashback, or a little bit of exchanges with collectors who were questioning whether or not I cared about scarcity, and why I was minting so much, or behind the scenes being manipulated to even stop selling. I mean, there was a lot of weird stuff that was happening once I entered into the space. And if I had that knowledge ahead of time, I might have been a lot more timid than be myself and mint like 70 pieces on the first day that got all bought out by Whale Shark, and he tweeted it out and changed the course of my career in this space, or in anything in my life. So yeah, make the same mistakes, essentially.
So you mentioned scarcity, and I struggle with that quite a bit. So I'm just kind of curious to know what your thoughts on scarcity are. Like, you said you trusted yourself, but what does that trust looks like now in your collection?
So essentially, my experience going through that with a lot of really, really large collectors too. I mean, I probably rubbed a lot of people the wrong way, in that, and it got me to the point of where the domain name to get to my OpenSea collection is fuck scarcity with a V. Like, that's what I feel about the faux scarcity that people want to create in this space, when it's actually about infinite creativity and being able to do as much as you can and share your love and passion with the world. Right now, that doesn't mean I don't care about my collectors. That doesn't mean that I am going to flood the market with my work. That just means that I'm going to create as much as I can, and I'm going to share the things that make sense in the right amount, in the right time, for me, right? And as Whale Shark even said, when I was talking to him at the beginning, he's like, everyone manages their scarcity their own way. So for me, even I think in an interview that I did with them early on, they turned around and they said, you know, they were very bullish on my work. If scarcity really mattered in that sense, the biggest whale at the time wouldn't come and buy 75 pieces of my work that was sitting on OpenSea and Known Origin at the time, right? Or whatever, it was like $80,000 worth of work or something. That wouldn't have happened instantly, because they would have said, oh, look, this guy has 80 pieces of artwork up, he's a bad artist, which is a lot of stuff I've heard from collectors, and they make other artists feel really horrible about themselves. And then, but that same collector comes into a room and boasts about the fact that he just spent $350,000 on one piece that is a part of a 10,000 collection, right? So there was a lot of double talk, and I just couldn't hold my mouth, and I had to say something in a lot of ways. So the way I manage my scarcity is that there is a 100% belief in the fact that each and every piece that I create has its own scarcity. So therefore, purchase a piece that I have available right now, like I have one called Dragon Fruit that I just dropped. It's an edition of 18. Once those 18 is gone, there's 17 left. And once those 17 is gone, that piece isn't going to be available anymore on the primary market. There's your scarcity right there for that piece. It has a completely different energy and vibe than everything else. And therefore, if somebody wants that particular piece, they're going to have to go ahead and buy it on the secondary market. And what happens is sometimes people go, well, if you want to sub it, just wait till it sells out. It might dip, right? Because I have a lot of work on the market. And what happens is, no, it's not because of me. And they blame it on the fact that I have a lot of work out there. But the actual fact is that once that piece sells, somebody sees ETH go up by a few pennies and they drop them, they drop their price under mint just so they can profit really quickly. But then if you look at the cycle of that one piece out of, again, hundreds and hundreds and thousands of pieces that are out there from me, then you look at an older piece, you'll see that it went through a cycle of down, and then it picked back up, and then slowly it ended up in the hands of people that really cared and knew my path and knew who I am and knew why I want to go somewhere, and they knew my history. Now all of a sudden, an edition of 70, something like healing, there's a piece called healing frequency. And healing frequency, for example, is held by 75 of the whales in the industry. And the floor of that piece is 5 ETH. And that was gifted, right? So, or you get to see different pieces like, I don't know, there's a lot of them. But if you go back 3 months prior, all of a sudden you see that floor price being at 3 to 5 ETH or 2 to 7 ETH, depending on what it was, right? And that holds because now it's not because they're holding because they're hodling someday they're going to sell it. It's because it holds because it's in the hands of the right people that know the history and the future of what I'm up to. And that's why it goes through these cycles, not because of the fact that there's a lot of work out there. Each individual piece has it's its own entity. That is the way I see it. And so, in a tongue-in-cheek way, I renamed my domain to Fuck Scarcity with a V, because, and again, some people are like, look, he doesn't even care about scarcity. The first piece that I sold called Fuck Scarcity, it was called Crush. I sold that for 5 ETH because it was a one of one. And people were like, look, he doesn't care, da da da. And then I'm like, it's all a joke. Don't you see? I said it's called Fuck Scarcity, but it's a one on one. Like, you got to understand that I'm trying to express myself and my dismay with the way people think about the word scarcity and the faux scarcity. Essentially, that's where the word got a little bit more loose, was faux scarcity that they want to create into this system. And so I just play with it, right? And it's a matter of, I really truly actually manage my scarcity the right way by making sure that each piece that I put out, I kind of have a sensibility of knowing how many people are going to want it, and the marketplace for it, and what the demand for that piece is. And that comes from basically 5 years of doing flash sales and selling my artwork on Instagram and Facebook, doing live auctions. When, 7 years ago, when Facebook started doing live video, I was already doing all this stuff in the physical world because I had to, living in a suburban area with no access to art area, right, in the city, with kids and a family. So for me, I learned from that, knowing what works and what doesn't work, and which pieces are going to do better. If it's an eclectic piece, it's usually a one of one or a one of three, and it's a higher price. If it's something that everybody loves, then I'm going to lower the price and make it accessible for everyone. But then I'm not going to go and put out 100 of it unless I have 10,000 people coming after it. You know what I mean? So that's
Yeah,
how I manage it.
honestly, this is so much good knowledge. Like, I'm like writing on my notepad like crazy right now. So I just want to thank you. Like, I think maybe to you it seems like natural nature, but like even for me, where I'm at now, I'm getting a lot out of this. So I mean, I have a couple questions for you. Just like, what do you think of the different platforms? Like, what do you like to use as a fine artist? And then, like, what does a good collector look like to you too?
Uh, from a platform perspective, I started out on Non-Origin, and I believe that there was a beautiful, beautiful way about the website. It felt like I designed it myself from a designing background, because it just fit almost every need that I had. It highlighted us as artists, all of us. It was timed beautifully, where we could only upload one a day, so it allowed for, and I maximized that as much as I could, and it allowed me to be seen, right? And then I moved on to OpenSea as I started to trust it. I was kind of a design snob, so OpenSea at the beginning just looked like a mess to me. I'm like, there's no way I'm going to drop on there. And then once I started dropping on there and started creating, it started doing really well as well, and I started to trust it more. and continue to go forward. I'm also on Super Rare and Foundation. Foundation, I just find a little unfair at times because people have to pay to mint. People have to pay to bid on your stuff, and then they lose their gas fees if they don't win the bid. So there's a lot there that I just don't like, but I do have a couple of pieces there for presence. I do have a feeling that I need to be everywhere all the time, because you might go to Foundation and see only a couple of pieces sold, and or one is unsold and it's not your thing. You're going to come looking for me on OpenSea, or you're going to come looking for me on Known Origin, right? Uh, when I got into it a little bit further, when I learned about the nuances that these platforms have, and especially because I am high volume versus a lower volume artist, some artists make, sell one piece for 2 ETH or 200 ETH, and they're great on like a super rare, right? But for me, it's as a high volume artist, I count on my secondary work, right? So being on Known Origin and selling my work on Known Origin, I discovered that I wasn't able to get my secondaries at all. There was one day I think I lost out on like maybe 2 to 3 ETH on just a couple of pieces that were flipping like crazy one day.
Didn't,
And
didn't
that's
they just change that the No Origin gets their secondaries now? Like, I think you can claim that now.
Yes, you can claim it now, and they go through some sort of system where they go and grab it and come back. But with again, not focusing on Known Origin alone, they've kind of done. I mean, I basically was the one that said, "Hey, this isn't working for me. I love you guys, but I gotta go." And then that's when they came back and they're like, "We're working on it. We're gonna figure out a turnaround and then please come back." So I have gone back a couple of times. But there's another issue with any of these outside platforms, whether it be Known or whether it be a Foundation or everything else, is that my identity is important to me when I mint a piece as an artist. So I want people to know that that's my piece and trust it when they purchase it, correct? What happens when you mint on Known Origin or when you mint on Super Rare? And again, as a high seller, if you're selling one or two, no big deal. But if you're selling a ton and you want it to, be in the hands of people on the secondary market and know where it's coming from and trust it, what ends up happening is that that piece now looks like it's just a general super rare piece, or it's just a general Known Origin piece because that's where it's coming from on top. And that's not okay with me for the most part, right? So if I'm going to do something on super rare, it's probably going to be it's one-on-one platform anyway, but I'm okay with doing onesie twosies there just for presence and the opportunity that I might not see a secondary on it, and the fact that most people won't know it was me unless they see the signature and they recognize the art. So for me, again, OpenSea being, maybe it's not a completely decentralized platform, but at least you don't lose your identity, right? And at the same time, because everybody trades there, your secondaries are happening too. So for me, it was just a no brainer. And I just passed, just on one of my main account, I just passed 1,000 ETH traded, and
That's okay, I guess.
yeah, it's not bad.
That's pretty good,
I
man.
mean, for a
Amazing.
non
Yeah,
PFP, I think it's okay.
yeah,
And
that's amazing. Like, fuck.
and almost 1,000 collectors on OpenSea. But if that had happened, which it did, I'm the number one. I was the number one artist on Known Origin till X Copy kind of uh, put
That's
me
so.
in second place just recently, like insanely. But
Can,
as I
can I
even with,
can I ask you to interrupt? I'm sorry, but
yeah,
I just got to know Origin, and I
yeah,
feel like I'm invisible over there. And
right.
I feel like if I put my piece on Foundation, because I have almost 700 followers over there, all my collectors would have got an email saying, "Hey, here's this piece. This is what it's worth." So, how can I leverage Known Origins platform to, as me, be new on that platform to get some sales for myself going?
Well, one of the things that Known Origin is actually really good at is being a very openly. They have an open dialogue with their artists. They're really artist friendly. They're very artist loving. So what you can do is go to the Discord, and there's a schedule there, I think, still, where you can say, "Hey, are you available? Is there an availability for a homepage drop?" And you can schedule a drop with them, and you don't have to be selected to be. They'll highlight everybody, somebody who just started with them, or they'll highlight me, or they'll highlight. I never asked for it. So I think I got one homepage feature at the beginning, but it wasn't a drop. It was just their slider. but you can go to them and schedule a drop, which they call drops. So that would be one way to do it. It's just literally just talk to them. Say, hey, look, I need some more visibility. This is what I can do. This is what I'm bringing. This is the concept. And Dave or I forget the other guy's name right now.
I know Edward as well, over at No Origin, because he's responded to me on Twitter a bunch of times. But yeah, I mean, this is great to know.
Sure. Yeah, you can just go ask them. They're really cool. That's a cool thing about smaller platforms. They're very accessible.
Oh, real quick, when I dropped something on OpenSea, this is just kind of pivoting, but I just DM'd NFT, the on Instagram, and I said, "Hey, this is my piece," and they're like, "Send it to me." And then they put it in their story. It wasn't on the main feed, but it was in the story, so it went out to everyone. So I just by me reaching out to them.
Yeah. I think that whole space as a whole is fairly open and responsive. But some places you'll get more highlights. At the end of the day, though, Punk, I think it's up to us to grow our audience. And the thing is that when I started selling artwork on Instagram and all that stuff, I had a friend that I met out of nowhere, and he became kind of like a mentor. And he's always like, he's older than me, and he's much smarter in so many ways. And he's like, Ali, remember, it's about audience and programs. And even today, and programs might be his way of saying like marketing plans and things like that for that particular project, right? Even today, no matter how big the audience gets and how big, how much sales I have, he still says, remember, it's about audience and programs, because at every stage you're going to cap out at some point. And so growing your audience, and I feel like this space has uh, not on purpose, but mistakenly renamed audience with community. And I define community completely different than the way that the entire space defines community. So I feel like most of the times when people say community in this space, they mean my audience. The way I see community is actual true friendships that I make through connecting with others, like on a one-on-one basis, and create a relationship that's meaningful. And I come with trying to give more first, and I really rarely ask for anything back. And I feel like that's because that's my nature anyway, but there is a bond that gets created through that interaction. And then that's when it's a true community, where they're like, oh shit, Sabit is doing this. I don't even have to ask. It just gets amplified, right? Whereas a community, through like, building it through Discord by force and trying to answer all these questions like, why is this floor so low? Or why are your da 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 da? What are you going to give us? That's not community to me. Community has to be like very, very conscious and open and loving and caring, and friendships, true friendships. I'm not going to ask anyone for anything unless, I know them and I've become friends with them, So that's how I see it.
That makes entire sense. Like I come from the music industry, and I used to like run venues, and the one thing we always try to do is make artists feel safe and welcome on our stage. And like I think what you guys were saying before about like doing those actual meetups and getting to meet the people in person outside the Twitter spaces can go so much further to building those real relationships. And like I know I've had to lean on a couple of people in this space, just even for like having a shitty day, and just kind of calling them up and just be like, hey, this is what's going on, like what do you think? And it's that to me is like the true sense of this community. And I understand what you're saying about the audience as well.
Absolutely. Like my relationship with Gabe started with him. He always says, he saw my Instagram and he's like, oh, he doesn't have a lot of followers. I'm going to hit him up and try to hook him up. And he hit me up. And then I'm like, and then he realized that I'm doing okay in the NFT space. He's like, I'm like, let's talk on the phone. And he's a phone guy too. So we got on the phone and we became friends like overnight. Our audiences are almost the same on Instagram. I'm Iranian, but he's like a Midwestern American boy, and his audience is like half Iranian. It's the strangest thing, right, on Instagram. And we hit a chord where we connected on such a deep level. And then I was like, dude, let me tweet you tonight. And next thing you know, he sells out. And then the next thing he does it again, and he does it again. Just through one tweet, the next thing you know, it's amplified. And then I get to a point where I'm slow, and he's like, dude, let me, the seesaw thing, right? Let me give you a boost. And the next thing you know, now his audience is coming back. And the people that I talk to, and we're friends to this day, almost a year later, and the relationship is even better. Now we're up to bigger things, or in our little worlds, and it's working out really well. And the relationships that have come out of that, like Keith is a dear friend and an incredible person. God Cloud that's sitting up here. I mean, I just noticed that these guys are sitting up here. I got Jason X down there, one of my greatest collectors and the sweetest man possible. They do things because they want to, out of the uh, bottom of their hearts, and that's the way it is in this space, and I think it should be. But misnaming again, I feel like there's a lot of words that get scarcity, what is it called, community versus audience, and all of these things get really jumbled up in this space, and then we get stuck using them because we have to, or we're going to seem like we're assholes.
Yeah, I feel that, but I think what you're touching on though is pretty legit though. Like, you have actual relationships with these people, and you're growing up with them. And Godfather, I don't know if I've ever actually met you before, so maybe I just want to say hi to you and just get a quick like hello and introduction to you, if that's cool.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. What's going on, Punk, and what's going on, everybody? I'm about to jump in the tub, so that's what that sound is. It's a shower, but yeah, yo, I met Sabette via Clubhouse, and I'm a finger drummer, and I play drum machines, and like I make the whole song with my drum machines. And Sabette told me the story that one of his sons saw me playing and was like, "Dad, I got to get one of those." So Sabette told me like that his son got that, and I thought that was really cool. But I was working with this agency, and I had the opportunity to work to basically produce George Lopez's Genesis NFT drop, and we needed an artist for it. And I, looked at the community, scanned to see who was who, and Sabette and I had some great interactions. And I saw he was going through something where people were acting really funny, and I was like, you know what? Like, I think he deserves this. Let me offer it to him. I hope he says yes. And sure enough, the message went to his secondary inbox on IG, but he just saw it. By the grace of the universe, he saw it, and that was our first collaboration. And while we were in the midst of that, he's like, "Hey, dude, you want to work on doing the largest NFT showcase in history in China?" And I'm like, "Dude, what?" I'm like, well, while we're working on the George Lopez thing, I'm like, "Sure, dude, let's fucking get it." So we did that. That was amazing. Then we did another drop with Voice.com with a bunch of other great artists on Terra Naomi, Photoshop Cafe, Early Warm Art, bunch of great people on that. And yeah, and after all that, I was like, "Yo, dude," I was like, "Sabette, I need you to do a tattoo for me." So I have, I think I'm one of the only people with a love script tattoo on my forearm, and I get power from that every day.
Yeah.
So yeah, like yeah. So that's my brother. Happy to be here to support him, and yeah, nice to meet everybody. Hope to connect later on.
Love you, brother.
Love you too, my man.
Oh, I might be getting rugged here. I don't know if you guys can hear me, but my phone is getting glitchy. But Godfather, yeah, it's super dope to meet you, and like, yeah, I appreciate being on stage and just hanging out. So Pat, what else can I ask you here? Are there some artists that you think aren't getting enough like visibility right now that maybe you want to kind of like retweet or share with the room, or just kind of like showcase?
I think one of the artists that I would love to showcase, and again, I feel like he's an underrated artist in this space, is Luther Arts. He's part of the Nomad family as well. I'm sure you know him, Punk. I don't know if you met him.
Yeah,
But
we talked on the M's for sure.
have you? Yeah, he's incredible. I met Luther 15 years ago when I had my first social network for artists, which was called Mojizu, and we became friends. And over the years, I know he's like sending out really cool stuff to people, but I probably have like the biggest archive of Luther works in in the world, because we kept trading art over the past 15 years. Physical art we would send each other. He would send me these like incredible finished pieces. I would send him my chicken scratches and my sketchbooks, and it kind of, I don't know, it's just been a wonderful relationship. And I feel like because of the timing of him walking into this NFT space was a little bit later, where there was a lot more noise at the time, and I wasn't able to amplify him as well as I would have loved to. And he just keeps working. He works all day at his engineering job. Then he comes home and he cranks out these beautiful, beautiful pieces. So yeah, I do want to give him some love, and hopefully people grab. And Nomad and Isabelle, they're incredible as well, and it's going to be amazing seeing them do well soon. Oh shit, Luther is in the room.
Do you want me to on stage? And if Luther wants to talk about his work, I'm more than happy to.
Yeah, bring him up. I didn't know he was here. Good thing I was saying good stuff about him.
Right? Can you imagine me like that piece of shit? I can't stand him. I gave him so many masterpieces, and all I have is this.
Yeah, right? Come up on stage, brother.
Hey, Ali, man, I love you too, man. Thanks for all the love. I can only, like I said, if I had an opportunity to have another kid or two, I don't know if I'd name them both Ali Sabet or just one Ali, the other Sabet. I really don't know, man. But
You're sweet.
yeah, no, thanks. You've always been a rock for me. I know throughout the years I've kind of watched um, how your art career has went, and I actually mentioned it earlier how I thought you were just like a superhero, create how courageous you were to actually kind of drop off your branding job and just like you said, man, I'm just jumping in head first and I'm just going to do this. And you're such an amazing hustler that, I mean, look at you now. It's just amazing. So hey, uh,
Thanks.
I can't think of anyone that's more deserving, to be honest.
But let's talk about your work and what you're working on. We got some alpha on your collection that you're doing with Schools Out and some other stuff, and he was just so excited about it. And I've gotten some previews. So tell us about that.
Yeah. So we decided that, just back and forth through the spaces and kind of, I always liked his work, and he's picked up a few of my pieces and back and forth. And I always thought that our work complemented each other. And so I hit him up, and, we just said, hey, let's do a collab. And in fact, I think I'd actually talked to you, and you said, hey, you know what you need to do? You need to go do some collabs. And I said, okay, well, I listen to every word you say. So I'm like, boom, let's go do some collabs. So I went and hit him up, and I hit up a few other people. So I have a couple in the works, and but this is the first one. We just decided we would start off with doing 4 pieces. So we kind of be my classic astronaut style, on some of the goats and your OGs of hip hop, and kind of what School's expertise is. And yeah, they're absolutely, I hate to beat my own drum, but hey, these are really, really awesome pictures. I think I gave you a good teaser. Actually, I think Danny's got a couple of teasers on it. So yeah, we can't wait to pump them out, which will be pretty soon. We're just letting a little bit of dust settle, and just trying to work out all the details on the minting. And yeah, so should be something coming up here this next week when we decide when we're going to finally put them out.
Yeah, man, I've seen them, and I think they're incredible. And the fact that you're going with one of the most amazing themes that you run, I mean, and it's aligned with me, of course, because my PFE usually is my Genesis piece, the Space Girl. The spacesuits are just incredible, right? And I was telling the guys earlier in the room that I'm so proud to have the Genesis piece that you dropped, which was your first skull and spacesuit, and I'm never selling that, so I'm excited that I have.
You know what's funny is I just tweeted that out from you being the owner, but I went ahead and shared it just because of
Oh
this
my god, really?
astronomical price tag you threw on it. So, which I'm absolutely humbled. So
Worth at least.
Yeah. So yeah, that's actually, and I think I also sent you a print of that piece.
Oh,
Um,
beautiful.
yeah. I think I might have sent one out to a couple of people. I know I sent that one to you.
All right, well, I can see it. I know I have it here, and I'll tell you why I haven't opened it yet. But it's just this place has been a mess, and I didn't want to ruin them. Exactly. That's the only reason why they haven't been opened yet. And your packaging looks like it's going to take care of it for a little bit for me.
Yeah. Yeah, so just we'll be posting this week when we're going to do the drop, and yeah, that's pretty much it. Other than that, everything else I'm working on. So yeah, this is all I do from the time I get home until I fall asleep. I mean, I eat, live, and breathe this. So
Yeah, man, this is it. This is how it's going to happen, and I'm excited about the other secret project. I won't open it up here now, but I've seen there's a really, really wonderful project that Luther is working on, and I can't wait to share that with you guys too at some point. So
I
that was,
can't either.
yeah. So Punk, I guess he was here. So there you go.
I don't know if you guys can hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, sweet.
So I'm just gonna reiterate about Tokyo Punks real quick. For those who don't know, I'm dropping my first generative, non-generative piece. It's called Tokyo Punks by Sabit. It's 4,850 hand-painted NFTs that I generated on the Async platform, and they're going to be at 0.1 ETH. They are going to be minting, I think, sometime between now and February 1st is going to be pre-mint sale. And to get on that list, you can just go to the tweet up above you and directly go to my site and drop in your information and your wallet address, and you'll be clear listed to mint early. I think we're almost running out of space for that because there's 4,850 here, and there's already about 2,000 people on the list. But I would love to have you guys, and so I can't guarantee it, but I think there's a high chance we might limit the number of people that the number of pieces that people can mint to see if we can accommodate everyone. So if anybody has any questions on Tokyo Punks, and yeah, some people have questions on what is the utility and what is the roadmap. Art is the utility on this project, and love is the roadmap. So Tokyo Punks is ready. And Punks, I'll just hand over to you, and I'm going to just listen for a little bit and then probably phase out in a couple of minutes. Thank you, everybody, for being here with me today. And Nomad.
Hey, thanks, Sabette. You know what? I can't wait to get my hands on a Tokyo Punk. I am for sure signed up for that pre-sale list, and yeah, I think I'm gonna have to. Somebody buy some of my stuff, so I'll have some more money to spend on Sabette stuff, please.
Thanks, man. Yeah, man, you got
Second that. I got on the email list like a day or two ago. I righted it. I added some people because I saw there's like some giveaway one, but I sent it to some people definitely to get on the white list, and I'm gonna definitely pick up that one. I'm really excited. And
Thank
Luther,
you.
I followed you, and I definitely want to check out your work too. Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone here.
I appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll reach out to you, Katie, on Twitter. That's probably the best DMs.
Any way you want. Totally cool. I'm open.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Have a good day.
Cool. Happy weekend.
You too. Punk, are you there? Because I'm going to pass on the mic back to you. I'm not sure.
It sounded like he was kind of getting rugged there for a second.
Yeah, it looks like. Oh, actually, we have Black Pearl here. Before I guess until Punk comes back, I think I can approve him to speak. He's an amazing human being, and I can't believe I haven't talked to him for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks. Let's bring him up. Hey, Black Pearl, how are you?
How are you, Sabet?
I'm good.
Hi, God
Miss you, man.
I have a question for you. I saw on your Twitter about Tokyo punks, and you talked about the punk rock scene and your time in Japan. I want to hear about that
Yeah.
inspiration because I love that.
Oh my God. So most of the time when I talk about Tokyo and Japan, I talk about, in 2016 when it had like a major impact on, my emotional state and all that stuff coming back different. What I don't talk about, and I forget a lot of times, is the fact that my dad was an airline pilot. And so we got to see a lot of the world early, before we moved to the United States in 86. And one of those places was Tokyo in early 80s, probably like 83, 84. And I just remember being in the middle of like Shinjuku, or maybe it was Shibuya, and all the punks were just like real punks. The mohawks and the colors and the way they were dressed. And from a kid coming from Iran to Tokyo, it was just complete culture shock. And to see that basically got seared in my mind. I mean, the color palettes that I use today probably, and the connection I have to Japan and Tokyo, come from probably that first trip as a 7, 8 year old kid. And so I wanted to pay homage to that scene, because it's not a play off of like any other punk, other than like real genuine 1980s Tokyo punks, and that's where it comes from.
That's awesome. I can't wait to get them. I hope I can get more than one.
Thanks, man. Yeah, we're gonna leave it open to more than one, but we'll see where we have to cut off the line so everybody can grab some and it can become a wider audience and collectors. But thank you. I think punk is gone. I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I'm in the right space to close the room. But if anybody wants to speak, please come up. I'll leave it open for another 5 minutes. I'll stay here if anybody wants to speak.
Well, I can't wait to do a derivative of the Tokyo punks, to be honest.
Oh, that'd be funny. I should put that in the contract, that it's open for reiteration. Thank you for reminding me of doing that. I was so excited and ready to bring it to where it's at right now. I forgot to put that in there. Thank you for reminding me. Yes, that would be amazing.
Yeah, I could totally see these characters just taking on a life of their own. Just with just all the craziness you can ensue. Because I seen a couple of, and they just look awesome. I like the kind of handmade look to them.
Yeah, I mean they look handmade because they're handmade. I drew everything with an Italian pen called Hand Rhythmic. It's a ruling pen. I think I've shown it to you before, Luther, where you dip it. Did you buy one ever?
No, you tell me to do a lot of things, and I get about 75% of it. The brushes. Now, I did get a lot of Sumi brushes, but I haven't gotten this Italian pen yet.
Yeah, so it's not that expensive. It's like $50, but it takes a couple of weeks for it to get here. I've had it for a couple of years, and it's really beautiful because it has 3 edges: a really fine line edge, a thicker edge, and then a really fat side. And it allows me to kind of use it almost like as fluidly as a brush, even though it's a hard surface. And it allows me to capture kind of that same look on canvas where I would get on paper. So I wanted to do something completely organic if I was going to do a PFE project, and have it feel like a original painting. Every single one looks like I hand drew it, because I did. So I drew a bunch of eyes on paper. I drew a bunch of faces on paper. Even the signatures on every single one is different, because I have about, I think, 8 different signature styles on this project. So even the signatures, when they're being generated, and a different signature pops up and creates a rarity point because of the fresh signature. So there's splatters on there that are different, a layer for splatters. There's a layer for love script that's around it. And then there's ones that don't have any splatter or love script, and that's very rare as well. So you get a really clean look. So yeah, so it was a lot of fun just imagining it, creating it, putting it together, and then to partner up with Async to bring it to life. And the cool thing about it is once you start minting them on Async, when you click to mint, you can actually watch the replay of how the layers come together. They have this function that allows you to see it. So it's really cool. I'm excited for it to come out, and thank you for the reminder. Uh, I guess Punk is left and is coming back. I'll bring him back up. Bring Noosh back up. Punk, you
I
back?
think so. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay. Let me make you the. How do I make you the boss here?
So we tried doing that before. I apologize. I got super rogue, and it seems to be just what everyone wants to do to me lately. So
that's okay. I just want to make you host, so because I'll have to jump out real quick. I was just holding the fort till you came back, but I'm not sure how to do that. I don't think because I'm a co-host. I can't. Can the host do that?
I think
Yeah, Sabbath, you're all good from the Nomad Social team. You're all good if you need to jump. We super appreciate everything you've had to say and for all your time and support and everything that you've offered throughout this entire launch. We've got Punk back up, so whenever you need to jump, you're more than free to do so. We really appreciate it.
You got it. And just a reminder, anybody who has my work is completely able to go and early mint the Nomads. Just make sure to go to their Discord and let them know that you have a Sobbit or a Party Animals, and you should be good to go ahead and mint. Black Pearl, Nomad, Punk, God Cloud, Katie.
I want to say, honestly, Sabbath and Ali, I just really appreciate your time and answering my questions. And I've watched you from afar, so it was just really super dope to get to actually talk to you tonight. And your collection looks amazing. And I wish you a lot of success with that too. So yeah, so I appreciate you holding on the fort too.
Thanks, man. No problem. And my DMs are always open, so if you ever want to reach out and chat, let's do it.
You'll regret that in about 20 minutes. But thank you.
Good night, guys.
Hey, see you. Love you, brother.
Bye, guys. Bye, Luther. Bye, everybody.
At this point right now, I'm probably just going to reset the room and just kind of say that we're doing our pre-sale for the Nomad Boulevard launch. It's doing really well. So if anyone wants to take a look at the first pin tweet there, I think you still get in on the pre-sale. But I might open up the room to anybody else that wants to come up on stage and just kind of have a chat about NFTs in general. I don't mind artists sharing their work. I don't want a direct sales pitch, but if you want to talk about you as an artist and maybe share a piece and talk about it, feel free to do a request right now. We do have some new people on stage, so maybe Noosh, do you want to introduce yourself to the room?
Hi, good morning from Hong Kong. Actually, I came up for asking question about Sabit new drop, but he left. I didn't want to keep him up, but about myself, and I am in pre-sale list for Nomad. Thank you very much for that, and I can't wait to purchase soon. And congrats for your new drop. I am an Iranian artist based in Hong Kong, and my work is my focus is mainly on mental health and well-being, and so I try to create artwork with the color can cheer up my audience, and also I put some hidden message in my work, and I like to play with my audience, and I want them to find the messages inside my artwork, and usually there are some quotes or some jokes or some cultural reference in my artwork.
I did send your works on the top. Do you want to talk about your pinned tweet?
Yes, that is the that is the artwork I'm talking. Actually, these are I wanted to show. I mean, everybody goes through a lot of ups and downs, and me included. I am dealing with some depression, and I am seeing a lot of specialists for that, and one of the therapists told me, suggested, since I'm a painter, why I don't make art to make me feel better or help to overcome this journey. And then I started this series, and um, I supposedly I had one of the things helped me to feel better is mentioning, like writing down 3 quotes per day to as a reminder to myself to love myself, and the life is, I don't know, some positive notes like life is beautiful, and asking myself how I am doing. And so I decided to put these quotes in my artworks, and so as you can see, they are some like bubble talk speech, and in my artwork you can see it a lot, and some of them are empty. Actually, I left it for my audience to feel it themselves. I mean, what they think, what they sing, and the, the first word, for example, in the morning, when the first thought I have, I put it in this series of artwork, and it is still ongoing series. Every day I make one, so I can see. And also there are some elements in my artwork based on my culture, and for instance that woman with the mouse, it's based on an Iranian play. It's called the story tales tales of the city Tehran. I mean, or any. I mean, it is a city. I mean, made up story. And then it was before revolution, Iranian revolution, and it is a very 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 famous play in Iran. And the mouse fell in love with the girl, which is a cockroach. So that I put a lot of reference from my culture in the story as well. And I'm done speaking. Thank you for listening.
Oh, that's amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. I mean, it's great work, and I love the symmetry on everything, and the colors are beautiful as well, and the story behind it is awesome as well. So I want to thank you again for coming up and just sharing your work.
You are welcome.
Darius, you're new to the stage as well, so do you want to just introduce yourself to the room?
Hello, beautiful people. Yeah, why not? Hi, good morning, good night, wherever you are. God Cloud, my man, Luther, Punk, Nushan. Good to see you here. And I just minted my Nomad 2. I'm looking forward to mint another. And for those who don't know me, my name is Darius. I'm also a Persian artist, Iranian artist. I live in Iran. Actually, I live in woods in Iran. And I'm a photographer. And most of my pieces are about women. And I started my genesis on foundation with a project called All About Eve. And that's all portraits of women in a surreal way. And I also have a project on OpenSea. If you don't mind, I can pin that up for people to check it
By all
out.
means, that for sure.
So my OpenSea Genesis project is called Hold on My Hand. That's a community-oriented project. And years ago, I was traveling the country solo by my bicycle, and I was capturing lots of footages in Iran. And after the NFT happened, I decided to use those footages in this project, which I called Hold in My Hand. As I said, it's a community-oriented project, and that project based on the roadmap, give me the liquidity to support the community of the owner and newcomers to the NFT space. And I spent 25% directly as a community wallet to reinvest in newcomers, and I'm gonna give away 1 ETH and 3 one-of-one during the roadmap as a raffle. I love that project, and hope you check that on my OpenSea and resonate with that. And thanks for having me, Nomads. I hope we saw that soon. Can't wait to reveal the pieces.
No worries. Thanks for coming on stage and sharing your project. And yeah, congratulations on getting Nomad too. Yeah, I'm excited to see the artwork. And I personally, because I've been around the artists, I haven't seen any of the derivatives yet. So I'm excited to see the 15 other artist pieces and Isabelle's 3,500 that she slaved over as well. So it's been kind of cool to see the art reveal. But thanks again for coming on stage. But I have one of my favorite people in the world on stage, NFTP is on stage, and I haven't talked to you in a quick minute, so I just want to say hi to you.
Hey, Christian, how's it going?
It's good. My dog's attacking me as I'm saying hello to you. I'm good.
I have a rabbit, a little black lop-eared rabbit that's just chomping on my sweater right now too. So I think we're under attack by pests.
I have a dingo. It's not actually a dog. I have the only indigenous dog to like North America, and she's just so wild. But she gets excited when I talk a lot. 'Cause I work from home, so when she thinks I'm just chatting away, she just decides to play time.
I think that's funny how pets are like that. Sorry to totally digress in this conversation from everybody's shilling and the project at hand here, but yeah, it's so funny. My dog would do that too if I was talking on the phone. He'd be like, "Okay, what are we talking about?" He'd be like right at me. Right now, the bunny is like trying to munch on me because he thinks I'm talking to him. But ow, beast!
Do you want to maybe just say hi to the room and maybe just maybe let people know who you are? Because I think you're such a great person to know in this space, and I feel like more people should know who you are.
Well, that's really nice. I'm Clarina. I'm Teepee. I've been here almost a full year. I'm pretty darn excited about that, and mostly got a lot of traction in Clubhouse. But then I came out to spaces a bit. I still do both, but I do TP Tuesdays, which is self-identified Indigenous people that's around the world. We talk about all different kinds of things related to what Indigenous looks like in 90 different countries, and kind of breaking some of the stereotypes of what people think Indigenous people are, what kind of work we all have to do, and definitely want to be much more contemporary in my viewpoints as somebody who's really trying to validate the OG Cree, the Cree, and Indigenous languages around the world in our efforts to recognize and change some data biases and environmental impacts. So I'm a lens-based artist. I take photography. I put Cree syllabics on my images. I work in the film industry, so I like to take close up. Have a real close appreciation for, and not macro, but I have a real close appreciation for looking at the land and kind of really observing things. So yeah, I just really think every single scene, every single image that we take doesn't have to be some massive epic shot. Like I just actually am not, I'm so over all that. I'm so sorry for those people that do that, but I really want, uh, people that really think about it. I always say this, and it's so important. You think about the way that our films are made. All of those films aren't like massive vistas. Some of them are, they're epic films, but most of them are just beautiful, humble shots of everyday life, and that's what I really have an appreciation for, especially from all around the world. Yeah, I think that's about it. But I'm always so happy. I spend all my days. I think my last post says a lot. I just spend time in rooms and I listen to people. If I'm not hosting a space, then I listen to people and I'm looking at people's art, and I'm all locked and loaded for my next. I curate my feed to show everybody's artwork in the space, and I've done for about almost a year now. So, yeah, I'm happy to be here. If anybody doesn't know me, then just say hi. I'm Karina. Most people just call me TP though.
Can I ask you something that like I think about sometimes with myself, because I come from music and you come from film. How do you think that helped you kind of navigate this space? Because like I feel like you're such a good community builder and such a good communicator, and I would imagine that that has to transfer over from that industry as well.
Well, first off, I am an organizer. I'm one of those people that's a coordinator and organizer. I'm a volunteer coordinator often. I'm a supervisor for emergency response teams for Red Cross. I am personal disaster advocacy teams. I am logistics coordinator for the film festival here in this area of the province. I am the coordinator for Operation Red Nose, which is imbibing patrons back home over the holidays, all different kinds of stuff. So
But you're not
I'm a
busy at all.
volunteer at the food bank. I'm one of those people that does all this. I believe in volunteerism, and the best way to communicate with people, if you can get people that aren't getting paid a nickel to listen to you and do stuff, then you can certainly corral a bunch of people that are here for their self advocacy. So and then going into the film industry, of course, it's all teamwork. You work in a crew of like 300 people, and everybody, and same with here in NFT and crypto. Everybody has their different strengths. Some people are really incredible creatives. Other people are coming into the space as creatives, but really have a strength in social media, where somebody else has a strength in tech and promotion. And so I think we all have strengths. And so I think maybe that's it. Maybe I just see everybody's strengths and kind of really go from there. Maybe
Can we
that's it.
talk about some of the strengths you see in the creatives? Because I know you're such a big advocate for other artists in the space, and especially trying to find voices for people that maybe don't have a voice. So maybe is there some artists that you want to shine a light onto right now?
What like everybody to do is what I've been an advocate for, especially I'm an activist as well, and I do I don't want to get into that whole thing. That's a whole nother bag. But in this particular space, I really think that being an advocate for international voices for those people that are ESL or even not even in this Anglo-centric space, it's really important. Especially think about it's important for me as an Indigenous person, and you believe in the Indigenous mind and the Indigenous land-based perspectives. They come from all over the world, and they all come in different languages. So the creatives here in this environment are from all over the world. I have my last piece, my teepee is right now in Rome, for Pete's sakes. I'm like, holy moly. It's a duality that goes both ways. You open the doorway and you can walk through it and they can come back in here, and it's the beauty of the space, right? So I really want to encourage anybody, like my Korean community, the friends that are there, my Iranian friends, there's just people everywhere, Espanol, everybody. I believe the handshakes have to be made, and a handshake and a smile is universal. So and that sounds like very, hyperbole and overly saccharine, but it's not. It's really what I believe in. I'm a cheerful kind of person that way. So I think international, that's the way we really need to create those environments and open those doorways and keep them open.
I personally find you such a bright light in this community. Like every time I talk to you, you have so much positive energy, and you're always like propping up everybody else you can, and I love everything you kind of do. And if anybody's not following NFTTP, please do. I mean, Karina's amazing, and like she hosts some amazing spaces on Clubhouse. Even though I refuse to go on Clubhouse, I I I know that you're big in that space as well, and that you're just having meaningful conversations, and you're doing a lot to help other artists that maybe aren't getting showcased, which I think is just so valuable in this community. So I just want to give you your flowers.
Yeah. Well, I don't Clubhouse, thank you. Clubhouse, it's got its rules. I mean, when you want equality and inclusion is an action in an environment where you only have 10 spots. People have to be very gracious and kind of make room for other people, which is a nice thing here. But if it's not happening, people aren't moving and shuffling around. Clubhouse is another option, and certainly there's a lot of us that came from there that spent many months there before anything was happening on Twitter. And I know because there's a whole bunch of us like that know each other from back then. And anyways, it's just wonderful. I just yeah, I think yeah, it's good. I think the one thing that's good about, so I have 3 events that are planned in Clubhouse, but most of the stuff is just TP Tuesdays. That's about it. And those are the Celebrate series, which is I've been celebrating different countries around the world for like 8 months now. So the next one is Celebrate Japan, Celebrate Thailand, and then Celebrate Italy actually. So I'm like, woohoo! And that's a Celebrate and Elevate, and that's we find community members that aren't like huge icons in the space to find one person that's a man and one person that's a woman to present their artwork and introduce them and translate for them in this space, and they have to be brand new into the space. So it's a Celebrate and Elevate from your own within your own community. So yeah, it's lots of fun and. Art is universal. Often we don't need any translation when it's looking at visual arts. So.
No, I entirely agree with that, and I think it's so cool that you kind of take the charge and you kind of create those spaces for people to find new artists and bring them up. It's so exciting that you're part of that. So. Yeah. I mean, I wanted to keep the space going for a little bit longer. I don't know if anybody else wants to jump on stage and say hello. We're just kind of hanging out right now. It's just honestly a Friday night. So if anyone wants to grab a microphone, talk about our art project. I don't want like a straight sales pitch, but if you have a pretty picture or pretty video you want to share, I'm happy to look at it and talk to you about it. It's just a Friday night.
Did you have Sabette in here? That series is so wicked up there. I was here last night for the other part of the Nomad Boulevard.
He left literally as you jumped in here.
Dang nabbit.
It's so cool. God, feel free to jump in.
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, like I said, I jumped in the tub real quick, but my bro Black Pearl said that he was giving me a shout, calling me right now while I'm trying to give him flowers back. But yo, what's up, Black Pearl? and that's it. And oh yeah, and real quick too, if you guys want to see the last collab that Sabette and I did, it's my pin tweet. I did the music, he did the video.
Yeah, 100%.
It's super. It's.
I'm right. Do you want to talk about that for a second?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, like I was saying, Sabette and I did 2 collabs prior to this one, and I'm always honored when people reach out to collaborate with me. And what's up, NFTP? How are you doing? I hope you're doing well. We haven't chatted in a while either. But so he reached out. He's like, hey man, want to do this collab. He's like, I want to need some music from you. And what he wanted me to do was, have the music kind of line up to the visuals. And that it's easier said than done. Let's just put it that way. You know what I'm saying? And especially with my style, it was definitely a challenge. And I really, it brought the best out of me to actually do it. And I was really nervous when I sent it back to him. I'm like, hey man, like here you go, because like this is Sabette here, and I sent it to him, and instantly he I think one of the messages was that he put his headphones on. He was like, dude, I was blown away. This is incredible. This is great. And so I was super honored to put that together. We dropped that on voice.com, which is a platform on the EOS blockchain, which I had never heard of until we did this drop. And they're pretty.
Can you say that? It said voice.com?
Yeah, voice.com. Yeah, voice.com. I think their at here is voice HQ. But yeah, it's my pen tweet. And the one piece that we did, I'm really, really proud of that. And I like Voice too, because it allows people to purchase with credit cards, with fiat. So I'm kind of using this collection as a way to onboard and get people who might not be, ready to take that big jump into the crypto space. I'm using this collection to kind of onboard them, to get them comfortable with just the process. And these pieces they're definitely on the affordable side and everything for what they are. I think that it's Sabette's work with my music, so obviously I'm going to be biased about it, but so that's that collab. We have 3 pieces up there right now. The one that's my pin tweet.
Do you mind if I just slow you down for a second? I come from the music industry, and like I'm just super curious to see how this space is going to interrupt the music industry. I think like it's going to be like Napster all over again, where like times 10 the artist when you get the power back. And like there's a rapper named Dill who did really well on SoundCloud, and he just dropped a piece last weekend. I think he did like $77,000 last weekend, like an incredible amount. But now he owns the masters to his stuff. He can do his own tours. He doesn't have the label. um and I think he did it through a smart contract, so I don't even think he used a platform. But do you know platforms for musicians and artists right now that make sense for people coming in as a musician, to the space, that you think makes sense for an artist?
Honestly, I feel that if whatever you're gonna do, it's up to you to direct your fans to, whichever place. I think you could drop on OpenSea. As long as you are directing your fans there, you'll be all right. I heard there's I'm gonna mess it up. I think it's like Sound XYZ. I've been hearing a lot of people have success there. Audius was a big one, but starting to come out, and I'm friends with Dill as well, and we were talking a while back about how Audience is only paying the top five folks on there. And again, that's really akin to the to the old industry. You know what I'm saying? So um, if if you're going to come on to Web3, you're coming from Web2, I would say go to the places where there's, lower gas fees, go on OpenSea, but use Polygon, go on Solana, check out the platforms there, because you don't want your Web2 people coming over here and they got to pay, you're trying to charge a fair price for your record. Like I put a demo out not too long ago, put it on Polygon, charged about $73 for it. They're currently reselling for 600, but I don't think I would have been able to get that had they have been on just Ethereum, and people are coming in, on top of paying the $73, they got to pay, anywhere from $80 to $300 gas fee. So I wouldn't necessarily stress the platform, but just take a look at the fees around the blockchain. Consider that when you're a musician coming from over here, or from Web2 to Web3. And also, too, there's ways to kind of leverage both audiences, towards each other, to help lift you up and to help find success. That's what I did. I'm a producer, like I'm a finger drummer, and it don't get no more niche than being an NFT finger drummer. Like if you want to have people really giving you funny faces, tell them like, oh yeah, I'm a finger drummer in the NFT space. They're gonna be like, you do what? You know what I mean? So, but I found success, with my producer brethren, and my new fans and friends here, crossing over, meeting each other, lifting each other up, and just creating this new community around me, that I found all sorts of success. You know what I'm saying? So I hope some of that resonates. I know I just kind of rambled, but
Yeah, no, it totally does. I just, to me, I think one of the most exciting things over this next year is how that music industry plays out in the NFT space. Because, like, it's a good contract, and there's so much shady shit that goes on in music. And it's like, there is actually an opportunity for an artist to, like, self-fund themselves instead of going like the crowdsource way, that you have a legit contract where if those people like finance your career. Like there's a metal band, I don't know if you guys know Canadian metal bands as well as I do, but one called Protest the Hero. And so a few years ago, I mean maybe like 10 years ago, they did like a crowdfunding thing where they asked for like $100,000, and they got $300,000 or $400,000 to produce like the best metal band on earth album. And it was ridiculous. And like being like in that scene, and kind of growing up around listening to that music, I met one of those guys one time, not knowing who he was. And one of the things they were giving away at the time was like a $25,000 pizza party. So the drummer was obsessed with pizza, and he would go to your house and make you pizza and give you wine. And like it's bizarre as fuck to think that, like, these are what these bands were like giving away at this time, but now they can just do it with an NFT contract, not have to do a weird pizza party, and that person now holds like legitimately like a percentage of that royalty, or that the benefits of that career. And I think it can just do so much to like push an artist forward and give them like what they need to go forward. Like a label to me is just a bank. That's all it is. It's all it's ever
yeah,
been. It's money.
1,000%, 1,000%. Yeah, they just give you that loan, and it is a loan. You got to pay it back,
And it's
and
usually like a malicious loan too. It's not a good
yeah,
one.
right. And you get in the hole off your first record, you make a little bit off of touring, but goner that, and that's the thing too. Now with this Web3 stuff, you get to you know, you get to kind of start your own mini label. You know what I mean? Like my brother Black Pearl, he's in the audience right there. Like this dude, he's a OG. He's from the .com era, you know, and I'm glad that he's on my team. You know what I'm saying? And this is the team we've put together, and we act as a label for ourselves. You know, we protect ourselves, we protect each other, we help each other. You know, like if he needs help with some marketing, boom. If I need help with some knowledge, you know what I mean? Boom, he's right there. And that's what this Web3 stuff is allowing us to do, not only to give value in a peer-to-peer way to our consumers, but to each other, to where we are, you know, supporting each other. And Punk, I want to invite you every Wednesday night. I co-host a music space 9:30 Pacific time here on Twitter. Obviously I said space, but yeah, and I'm a big metalhead too, my brother. I
Yeah,
used to
I
play in a
love that,
band
man.
called Outlier. If you want to check out some of the older stuff that I was
Yeah,
playing on.
if you want to DM it, that's literally how I cut my teeth in music. Was like my buddies are in metal bands growing up, and I used to like book bars, and that's just kind of how I got into it. And then I got obsessed with like producing the best show I could possible, and then they just kind of went down a rabbit hole that way, and live music became my only obsession. And my dragon I always chased was just creating that perfect moment where an unknown band in a really intimate space had an emotional connection with a huge audience, and everybody's like hair stood on end, and you just had that moment. Like, that to me was magic. That was the closest I've ever felt to magic in like a religious experience in my life, and that's why I always love live music. And like, that's why COVID sucked, because it's taking that kind of away from my life right now. And like, I'm grateful with the NFT space, but like live music is something else to me. It's a whole other beast.
Seriously, yo, and especially people. I don't think people get, metal. Like when you hear, like, I'm a big fan of like Meshuggah and like the really like fucked up like math metal shit, Periphery. Like, and you hear that double kick coming through those fucking
Yeah.
speakers, and that mosh pit. Oh my God, dude, let's fucking go. But yeah, man, I appreciate you giving me the time to just rip and chat on stage. I know some other people might want to talk. My brother Orbs here's up here. What's good, Orbs here? But yeah, I'm gonna be quiet for now and pass it on to someone else. Much love, y'all. Appreciate the platform.
I also just want to say about the music thing. I'm having a conversation with the Royal.io, and I'm going to ask them. Right now, they're doing some pretty big musicians. I wonder if they're going to start working with more emerging artists in the same way that the emerging artists were able to become kind of superstars in the NFT space. Because I think that could happen if they open that up to them. I want to know what their business model is. And Orb, I saw you in Miami. Your freaking thing was awesome.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
Hey,
Black Pearl and
sorry.
Orb, just didn't mean to cut you off, but I just wanted to ask you guys if you want to introduce yourselves to the room and myself, because I haven't met you before.
Yeah, so my name is Alan Valentin. I go by Orbseer. My friends call me Orb. You guys call me Orb. I'm an artist here, based in LA. I just did a show in Miami at Art Basel. And I'm today was a good day. I put an edition up of 4 Crypto Monk pieces, and they all sold out. Well, the last one's getting bid on right now, which I guess because most of my work is like large scale installation work. I haven't put up a lot of smaller pieces, but just seeing how like all the people come out and support and like buy up all the work within like 2 hours of me posting it was like really inspiring for me as an artist to be like, oh wait, I don't gotta just wait for show to like show my work. Like I can do this in between and not have to be worried about money as much. And today I got to send my mom $2,000 to help pay for my sister's wedding, and it just felt really good as a son to just be like, yo, this NFT thing is kind of working out. And it's been a really good day. I just want to like come up and get into one of these rooms, because I feel like I've been kind of out of the mix, just like in my own head. And today was like a really good first day.
That's fucking amazing. Well, congratulations. Like 100%, man. That's so fucking cool. I just
Thanks,
posted your
guys.
pinned tweet at the top. Is that what you want to share, or like, do you want to just talk about your work and what you do?
Oh yeah, so yeah, that's my show Resolution. That's like my first body of work, because I do like large scale, like we call them holograms. I call them soul holograms, and yeah, I mean I'm gonna be doing a show in LA February 18th and 19th for anybody that wants to come in and come see what I'm working on. It's really beautiful. Like I'm showing my work on a 70-foot LED screen, but my company, the company I work for, owns the patent for holographic LEDs. So not a lot of people have seen it. I know God Cloud was there, and I just that was my second show ever, and it was a big success. Like, like the people that came really were moved by it, and it was really clear for me that what I'm doing is important, because people like come up to me like with so many different types of experience, but like what I got out of it is that at the end it's very transformational or cathartic. Like it actually helps you, like, even for just a moment, turn off your mind from what's happening in your own life and kind of like go inwards, and like moment of self-reflection while this 3D art is just coming out at you. And I just it was cool for me to reflect on, and just for me to see that it's important. I'm doing something that, whether intentionally or not, is affecting people in the subconscious way, and like there's nothing more in the world that I'd rather be doing than sharing that, because I feel like I've been gifted with like the time and space in my life to be able to do that, and I just want to share the work with people, man. So I'd love to invite all you guys to my show, February 18th and 19th. I'm still locking in the date, to LA at the US Bank Tower. It's a beautiful office, full 360 view of LA. It's gorgeous, and yeah, I would love to see you guys there, and just invite anyone that wants to come and have like an experience, a real IRL experience during these crazy times. And yeah, that's who I am. And yeah, thanks for having me up.
Yeah, no worries, dude. Thanks for coming up.
Hey, are you going to be at the LA Art Show this weekend? I heard, next week.
Yeah. We were planning on bringing the wall out, but it just wasn't in the budget. So I'm just gonna go and just like enjoy myself and meet some people. I have some friends flying in from out of town to come see the work, and maybe I'll have some pieces up, hopefully, but it won't be the 3D stuff. Just but yeah, I have a bunch of friends, so I'll be there. So just look out for like an average sized Mexican guy with a huge smile on his face.
I'm going to be doing having some stuff with Robert, showcasing some stuff. So I hope I see you there. I think you're working with him, right?
Yeah. I'll definitely be there with him. So yeah. Like, please, just say what's up.
Very cool.
That's dope. I just got my confirmation email that I'm going to be in the LA Art Show too. But Orb, you're going to be that venue that you were talking about in the in LA. That place is fucking sick. I seen a video of Gareth Emery playing there, man. Dude, I'm jealous. Shit. You got me thinking about how I'm going to get out there. Like, I want to see this.
Yeah, man, please do. Dude, so like there's a couple really crazy developments. I've been kind of just bootstrapping this on my own, and the company has supported me by, providing the wall. And, I've been working for the company building that wall for 5 to 6 years now. And like I started like packing box trucks up back in the day, just like setting up the wall at like kids' parties and at conferences and just like little stuff here and there. But I always envisioned seeing my stuff on the wall. And this year so far, I've been asked, and this is still like stuff to be confirmed, but like they want to bring the wall out to show at the Contemporary Art Museum in Singapore this year, and then go to Hong Kong and Beijing. And I'm an immigrant, like I'm a first generation. Well, I'm not. I wasn't even born here, but like I've never traveled the world, and now I'm getting to do that with my work, for like, even for my mom. Like, I'm so proud of her, and then now she gets to see me like, skip all, like, at least not get caught up in like the troubles of finding out as an artist, the experimental years, and like being able to be like, now I'm turning 30, and being able to actually like go out into the world with my art is like a huge milestone for me. And she's really proud of me. So I got asked to do China this year and they like, this company wants to help me like break through into the Chinese NFT market, to show them like this is where NFT is going, into like more the fine art world. And so I got asked to do that. And then some other really cool like developments, like we're gonna do a festival in Vegas with these this crew from the After Party crew, this really cool group of people. And so like things are starting to really like take shape, and after 30 years of being an artist but never really finding my art form, and now finally finding something that I really love to do, and is like good for people and good for me. It's like, it's just crazy. Like, this year is going to be absolutely wild, and I'm just like preparing myself like mentally and physically so that I can accomplish all the things that I'm hoping to this year. So I'm just amped up today, and today with like all the pieces selling out, like today's been an absolutely awesome day.
I just think Orbs, you're developing quite a reputation. It was so amazing to see, in Miami at that Origin Protocol event, what the reaction was to you and how all of the people that are so deep in this community just love what you were doing. And just, it was incredible the amount of work and energy it looked like it took for you to create that piece. And I'm so happy that you're just rising and feeling the way that you're feeling today. And we're able to help your family, all that kind of stuff. So much love.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you. Yeah, like that. The Miami show wasn't. We didn't know we were going to be there until a week before, and then finally they got the funding to get the wall out to Miami, and I just happened to be prepared, and everything just fell into place for the Miami show, and yeah, the Origin Protocols team was amazing, and everybody just really came out and supported me because like I'm doing this all like on my own. Like now the team is starting to build, but like I've been just like trying. I like when I first started making all the holographic stuff, I didn't know that it was going to turn into a show. I was just doing it so that I could inspire myself to be like, oh, like, because I come from a long life of psychedelics and heartbreak and just like a crazy life, and at the end for me to still be standing and being able to output this kind of stuff, like people look at my art and they're like, you must be on drugs always. And I told them, I was like, no, like I've never even experienced my work on psychedelics. Like I feel like I have enough input. Now I have to output. Now I have to show something for it. So like, finding like life and, finding sobriety and like being like finding my center, I think has been the most important thing in my life. And now being able to like have the strength to like get up on stage and present night after night. Like I presented 41 times in Miami, and I never even knew that I didn't even know I was a public speaker until I had to. And it was just really cool, like to test myself and for me to step up there and be able to talk about my art, because it's the one thing that I know more about than anything in my life. Is like it really like gave me a newfound sense of strength and understanding in myself. So it's like for me, it's also like this uncovering, or like this it's like this learning experience that I'm going through, and everybody gets to like share it with me. So it's this life path that I've chose for some reason is going to be a really interesting one, and I'm just happy that I get to do the thing that I love and share my work in a new way, So I mean, yeah, thank you for those kind words, man. I really appreciate it.
Dude, I wanted to just chime in and say I just checked out your Twitter and followed you, man. My name is Greg Overton. I'm an artist. I've been doing it for a while. I relate a lot to what you're saying. Your stuff's just incredible, dude. I was really impressed, man.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate that, Greg.
Yeah, dude, your stuff is just phenomenal. I mean, I don't know if you do any collabs, but if you're ever into it, man, I got some kind of trippy stuff I'd like to collab on with. If you're into that. But dude, just wanted to say, I vibe with what you're saying, and congratulations on all the success, man. Stuff's just fucking out of this world, dude.
Thank you, brother. I hopefully you get to see it in person, because it really comes out at you. It's all 3D with the glasses on, and it starts to actually like take shape in front of you in the room, and it's very psychedelic, man. It really is an experience, man. And yeah, I'm opening myself up to collaborations later this year. I'm actually gonna be dropping a series of 777 NFTs, and the 10 rare ones are gonna be a full-on collaboration with me and artists and whoever collects them, where I pull out whatever vision you have from your mind, and we work on something together that then we get to see in 3D that is going to be part of my next show. And then when those pieces sell, you and I share whatever comes from that. So that'll be something to look out for, because like, there's the world of collaboration with what I do is like kind of tricky, because it's like it takes a lot of time, so I'm open to it. But like when that drop happens, I hope that the people that collect those 10 pieces that are more rare really have like a vision behind it, so that we can make something that is actually moving and has substance and soul to it.
Yeah. I have this thing I'm working on called the Tree of Blood and Souls, which is, I used to do haunted houses, and I did actually 3D art with phosphorescent paint, and you'd view it with 3D glasses. I learned it from some of the best 3D artists in the world at the time. And I did projects in like Hong Kong and all over the place, man. Some award-winning haunted houses. But yeah, I mean, dude, your stuff's just crazy. When is your show in LA?
Right now, I'm locking in the haunted house. Sounds cool. I come from an experiential. Like we used to be roaming character actors, and we used to be time travelers and go around festivals and just like mess with people. So I love that kind of experiential thing. But the show, I'm locking in the dates for the 18th and 19th during the Freeze art show here in LA to kind of bring in like the classic art world as well. So February 18th and 19th is what I'm planning right now in LA. I'm gonna announce it soon. I'm gonna go to the office and lock in the dates with the team there, and actually me selling out the pieces in the collection today is gonna help me fund everything. So it's cool. Finally, like it's starting to really take shape, you know.
Yeah, dude. Well, I'm stoked for you, man. Your stuff's just fucking awesome. Yeah, I'm gonna be in LA. God, I think the 11th through the 13th or something. So I might not be able to check out the show, but like I said, I followed you on Twitter, so I'll check it out. Whatever you're posting about it.
I appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Both of you guys are fucking insane artists. And I just want to say, like, Orb, thanks so much for coming on stage. And I would love to go see your stuff in person with 3D glasses, like more than anything in my life, and probably smoke a big fat joint. Not too weird, but yeah. But also, Greg, I mean, I've seen your artwork for a long time, and I'm super curious to just know your backstory and where your work comes from because it's very powerful.
Well, I'd say I started doing professional album covers in the Salt Lake punk scene when I was like 15. I started doing album covers and then did a couple comic books when I was around 18. And, in my 20s, just kind of start teaching myself how to paint and did all that haunted house stuff here. We had a really big haunted house scene. The haunted
Where is
houses,
here?
sorry,
Where is here?
in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Okay,
And
cool.
for some reason, Halloween's just a big deal here, and people go crazy on the haunted houses. So I learned from a bunch of Disney Imagineers how to just do effects art, and I was pretty good with just creature creation and all that, just because I've always been into sort of dark sword and sorcery type of shit. And I did that for a while, and then when I was a little kid, like a young elementary kid, I was really into Native American art, and that's kind of how I just originally started painting in that. And then I kind of got back into that in my early 30s and started showing in galleries and just been doing that ever since. I had some good success with the Western art scene, showing a bunch in Santa Fe, and kind of got posts from a few different celebrities and stuff, so I got a big Instagram following, and then just got into the NFT thing, man. And here I am.
Greg, your work is insane, man. I'm looking at all of it like, wow. I love that the collaboration with Early Worm Art.
Oh, I
That one
know.
is
Didn't that turn out cool?
it's so dope. It's like psychedelic, but it still has all this soul like in the eyes and in the face. Like it's beautiful, man. Amazing.
Yeah. He worked on that for a while, and was, like I could tell he was real particular about what he wanted to do, and damn, like the wait was worth it. So we're dropping that next week, and we're gonna each drop 10 of that. And that Black Samurai, the Black Dragon Samurai, I actually just sent that off today to Joe Rogan's studio, so that's gonna be down at his studio.
That's awesome.
Yeah, next week, and then we'll drop that NFT probably next week too.
Do you mind if I ask how you create your pieces? Like what like your medium is and like where you come from?
Oh yeah, it's just all oil paint. I mean, I started painting with acrylics and watercolors, but then I discovered oil paint. So I make my own canvases, and I kind of I'm really into Japanese culture, Native American culture, Thai culture, all that kind of stuff. I'm really big into martial arts and everything. So that kind of stuff just really inspires me, and I like doing the samurai armor just because it's such a great art. And I just like the whole philosophy of armor, how it's like a piece of art that like preserves your life. So I get really into making these suits of Japanese armor. I just kind of imagine I'm back in Japan making actual armor for samurais. It's a lot of fun.
I love it, man. You really have a knack for like capturing like the essence in somebody in the eyes and in the face. Because I'm more abstract. I can't do form and figure like that. So I always have to give props when I see that people have that eye for like how the proportion of the face makes sense and how to give it that soul. You know, so like it's amazing, dude. And when I was a kid, I used to draw a lot of like medieval weapons, like just side profiles, just like really basic stuff. So like I love it, and I'm a big buff on history, man. So like, yeah, you got a new fan, bro. I love your work.
Yeah, thanks. I mean, I feel the same about like just concept artists who do abstract shit and can kind of like evoke emotion with just patterns. You know what I mean? So it's like everybody just has to appreciate their own special gifts. I mean, I really think that everybody as artists and just as human beings, everybody comes to this world and is part of the same like divine source, and we all have these talents. And the cool thing about this space is everybody gets to share them, man. I love listening to people. This musician's got his project, and everybody's talking about metal, and which I was really into and stuff. And it's just cool to see everybody getting to express themselves, man. It's a real like underrated thing about like that we need for our mental health, and it's a really cool way to connect with people. Like when I have people over to my house, I'm like, check out what I painted, check out this band I'm listening to. That's how we make friends, you know what I mean, by sharing the things we like. So that's what's cool about the NFT thing is we get to share all this cool shit that we make, and then the people who buy it can make money off it later, and we can all do all kinds of charities and stuff. It's really cool to be in on the ground floor and just imagine where it's going. I mean, I don't have to tell you guys, it's a fucking amazing thing to be a part of.
No, it's insane. I mean, I can't believe how much art is being appreciated right now, and how many artists I've been able to see kind of take control of their life by able to just producing the work they love, which is just so cool to see.
Yeah, people making money, making friends, and getting to get their art out there and get the kind of congratulations and the accolades that they deserve. It's pretty cool, especially in the times we're living in. It's people need that connection, they need that acknowledgement for their creative gifts. So it's a cool thing, man.
Hey, Christian, I have to go. There's a URSAMA that I want to go check out because I'm eligible for a drop. Greg, you might want to check out. There's a collectible series with concept artist John Park, who's an incredible concept artist. It's called Angry Ape Army. It's wicked. But anyways, they're also doing some collaborations with a series called Rengoku. And they have a whole bunch of different warriors and stuff. And they do different art collabs and stuff like that. You might get in on some of that. Those are going to be pretty. I think the floor for the AAA is already at 4 ETH, I think. So just want
Awesome.
to
I just
suggest
followed
that
you
one to
too.
you. But yeah, I have to go though. Thanks
No,
everybody.
no
Stay.
worries. I'm probably gonna jump off as well. I appreciate everybody kind of jumping on the space. I don't know if the Nomad team wants to keep the room open, but I have to walk my dog and get there because it's 7 o'clock. And yeah, it's been a super great conversation with Sabette and everybody else that's going on stage. Godcloud, Greg, Darius, TP, Orb. I'm so happy that you guys jumped on and grabbed the mic. Nomad team. I think you guys are almost half sold out or more than that now. Like I think we're not even like on the public sale yet, and Nomad's going to be going crazy. So, yeah. Anyways, I hope you guys all have a great Friday night, and yeah.
Yeah, thanks, man. You too.
Peace, guys.